Well, hello. Hey, everybody. Hey, random number consumer. Thank you so much for being here. As you could probably tell, probably the narrator buddy bot was sending up all kinds of alerts going, someone is trying to do something, but they have no idea what it is that they're doing. So we're just getting that set up. And yes, good. I remembered to have Boons and Banes turn on. Hey, we are here on a Saturday morning or evening or night or whatever time it is in the world, place where you are in the world, to play a little D&D, allegedly. We will get into what the game is, what the core conceit is. But first, let's introduce our players and our characters. So, SJ, if you would, we'll start with you. Talk a little about who you are, where people can find you, and also a little bit about Juliet.
Okay, so I am SJ Sidekick. I don't stream, but I'm here a lot. That's Nyx. I am a. So if you watch the major campaign, SJ, I am a very far down the line SJ, kind of Simic hybrid SJ. So don't have to eat people, fairly humanoid, but still got some SJ abilities. I'll be playing a druid class since it works well with that.
Yes. Circle of Spores, in fact.
Yeah, and I'm just, I'm new in town. I'm checking out the whole, living like a humanoid thing.
And you play D&D all the time, right? You've been playing since you were a kid, and you play like twice a week.
Yeah, no, definitely. This is definitely not my first time playing D&D. Definitely didn't ask for a crash course right before.
It's all
Totally
good.
fine.
We will learn as we go. Hey, Raboyo.
Hi, I'm Roboyo. You'll find me in various people's chats, most of the time Lys's, but yeah. I am playing Harlow, which is a druid wood elf. He has some fun little quirks with him, and yeah.
Excellent. And you are also new-ish to D&D,
Yes.
right? Excellent. Cool. Well, that's good news because Duck also knows nothing about D&D except he does.
Mhm.
It's your turn.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm Duck. Duck work all over the internet. On Wednesday nights, I run D&D over on my channel, of which Michael is a member. It's a fun time. In my spare time, I like to cook, bake. Minutes before we started, I pulled some bread out of the oven. I'm playing Ducky, who is a modest notary public. He's got thick lensed glasses, tweed jacket, knickerbocker pants, the occasional ink stain from his work, and giant goblin ears. Yeah.
Yes, you are a goblin notary public. Cool. And if any of you are getting seasick because I'm moving people around, I had to build the overlay real quick before we started. So that's one of the reasons we're a little bit late. I am Zero, or Zero Daylight. I will be narrating what is sure to be a very orderly, logical, planful couple of sessions of D&D with these folks. No, it's not remotely true. This is relatively sandbox. As SJ mentioned, we are revisiting the little village of Doriene in the far south of the nation of Orland. It is a largely human nation full of some cool people, but lots of really garbage people. It is very, very close, however, to the border with Voret. Voret is a Fey kingdom that has been very dangerous and well, I mean, not closed to outsiders, but any outsider who has ventured forth into it has died or had worse things happen to them for a very long time. But because of some very excellent logical decisions on the part of the local heroes of Dorian, the Fey Queen got her heart back, and she's back in Verret, making things safe and fun and nice and good for everyone. Yeah, it's fine. So, I mean, you guys have a lot to live up to. Dorian is now a place that has, I mean, they will tell you that they're, national heroes, that they have saved the world. They mostly just made things worse. But that's fine. You can choose to believe them or not. They are now very, very busy people. Port the Paladin is busy being the reeve of town. And, being Port. I believe Ghost and... I know that Ghost and Mirth and maybe Blaze are somehow involved in a dance school that also trains assassins, but just for children. So that's fine. So that's all happening. It's totally cool. More important, trade has opened back up. The magical manufactory that is in Stengrove, the nearest settlement in Voret, was, I mean, it's probably not back at full potential, but our local heroes had made some other good decisions and got that back up and running. So the first couple of, I wouldn't call them full caravans, but the first sort of trade exchanges have begun between Voret and Doriene. And much like in the past, it looks like Doriene is going to once again be a significant trading hub. So what Voret has to offer is, well, fey nonsense. Weird magical things, objects, devices, materials, strange kind of decorative wares. It's very curio, and some of which is very, very valuable. But it's a little beyond the ken of most of you. But, it's interesting to see people passing through town. And there have been some elves come through town, which is also very interesting because elves don't hang around much. And a few, satyrs and other strange fey creatures have started to kind of loiter around a bit. The town is weird. Your butcher is a bugbear, so there's it's kind of okay, but there's a little bit of, we'll say, a little bit of unease in town just because it's a lot of change at once. So, and fey can be tricksome and vexatious. So, and I think everyone probably knows that. And everyone in town is used to knowing that certain death and destruction or worse is literally visible at the top of the bluff that marks the southern border of Orland. Everyone knows that if you set foot in Voret, you are dead. And that knowledge has become outdated. So there's a variety of reactions, including people who want to run off into the woods and see what's there. It's still not safe, but death is not certain. So we have Ducky, probably not your actual goblin name, Ducky, working in your office. So you have a little storefront, right, where you're kind of like a combination, notary public, paralegal. You are used to drawing up contracts and papers and sometimes representing people or helping people who need to go make a pleading before the council. Mm-hmm. You also have a very large basement with lots of locks on it.
I don't know what you're talking about. No, I don't.
Yes. So Ducky has a few secrets. Juliet, I think we determined you are new in town. What does Juliet look like? Juliet is on mute.
So if you look at the SJ, the little kind of bumpy things on its head, that's probably what her hair, short hair looks like. Probably greenish skin. Fingers are maybe a little bit longer than they should be. But other than that, fairly humanoid.
Yeah. You could be human or a part human or something, but maybe are unusual looking.
Right. Maybe I keep a hood up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we had decided that you had come in town just as part of your desire to explore more of the world. And, some of the people who are responsible for the creation of your kind are in town or from here. So it seems like a logical place to explore. And the word has gotten out that the Fake Queen is back in Verret and things are changing. Even it certainly got as far as the Forbidden Isle, where you hatch out of a pod or whatever happened. So there's a variety of reasons that perhaps one might want to come and check out and see what's going on here. Like there might be a very particular elven wizard who would have asked you, go and see what those fools are up to. Because they brought back the Fake Queen, who knows what they're going to do next. He doesn't realize they're training ballerina assassins and stuff, so he probably wouldn't be worried about that. But so you have a reason to be in town, and we'll say that you have secured a room for yourself at the Happy Hearth and Livery, which is a very large, very ramshackle former trading house, that is now operated by Gerto Cobbles and Franny Plank, a halfling couple who tend to take in strays. They tend to like to help people. They help people by giving them places to stay and employment. There's always something to do with a Happy Hearth, whether it be serving food or just keeping the whole thing from falling down. So they're more than happy for those without a lot of coin to trade work for a safe and friendly and welcoming place to stay. They also operate the Cobbles and Plank Investigative Agency, which helps people deal with things that the Reeve or the village council won't deal with, like missing turnips and strange cats and a variety of kind of the little small mysteries and controversies of a slightly decrepit village. Harlow is new in town, yes?
Yes, I just wandered in after following a adventurer that was wearing some shiny armor.
Yes. And probably I'm gonna say, I'm just gonna riff on it and tell me if any of this is wrong or use this as inspiration. You may have been living in the woods, not in the woods of Verret, obviously, because you would be dead, but in the vast stretch of woods that stretch between Doriene and like Alternest on the coast, so southern Orland. Yep. And you almost certainly would have seen an airship several weeks ago traveling by, and would have heard through various different means and probably just sensed a change as the Fake Queen reestablished herself in Verret. So there's a variety of reasons why you might just make your way over to Doriene to see what's going on. I will say, when you make your way into town, you get a few looks, because elves aren't super common. But a lot of the looks seem to be people are confused. I mean, a lot of people run up, oh, are you from Verret? What did you bring to trade? And it's they're maybe a little bit disappointed. It's like, oh no, it's just a elf. Never mind. We were thinking it was going to be something special. But you do cut you have a bit of a presence. Like people notice you as you're out and about town, and you're not sure if it's the elf thing or the more people kind of going, oh, is this a visitor from Verret? Which leads to people treating you with a little bit of deference, mostly because they're polite village people and they're not sure how they're supposed to treat you. So they just default to being polite and treating you with a little bit of deference, which is probably nice. So I'm curious. Ducky has a house. Juliet is staying at the Happy Hearth. Harlow, are you going to live out in the woods, or are you also going to try and see if you can find accommodations for yourself?
I've been living out in the woods, but I think I just came into town. I'm just gonna go to the Happy Hearth and stay there for a little while, talk with the mice.
Yes. Well, perhaps we can do you all meet in a tavern, unless you have other ideas of how to bring this little irregular group together.
Actually, that works because I misread a character sheet. So.
That's and everything on the character sheet is what it is. You can negate it, except for your stats. Don't change your stats. But everything else, it's all just made up anyway. So sure. So Harla,
I assume neither of them need like driver's licenses filed, or
I mean, they could fall in love and
I
want to
don't
get
even
married.
have an ID.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been living in the woods.
So Julia, do you have 2 forms of ID? We'll take a birth certificate. It's like, well, birth is not exactly what happened.
If I get asked for papers, then I have to go to Ducky. But
I charge a reasonable rate for filing or finding official paperwork.
Yes, in fact.
I just got a job.
Right. Well, the good news is that Goethe and Freine are not very particular. They're not looking for like your green card or any of that, your work authorization. And you probably wouldn't be able to get one anyway because, you know, you're not entirely human. And Orland does not, as a nation, does not love non-humans.
Oh, I'm human. I just got infected by, some weird plant thing.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's fine. So yes, we can say that we can say it's morning. And Harlow, you probably will say that you had your conversation with Goethe and Freine a few days ago. When you kind of came in and they could tell it's like, oh, you've been sleeping rough. And they have a conversation. They're very, very lovely ladies. They're both kind of early middle age. Goethe is a bit more motherly, a little bit more kind of, she's the bleeding heart of the two. Phryne is a little bit more outgoing, a little bit more kind of, she doesn't carry a weapon, but she's got kind of a swashbucklery sort of thing to her. And they are both very friendly and very curious about people from out of town. And people who are unusual. And so they seem very, very friendly. They learn a bit about your abilities, specifically speaking to mice and things, because they would love it if someone could convince the mice to like leave the granary alone. I live next to a fire station, sorry.
Sounds like a job for an investigative agency.
Yeah. Suddenly, yes, it does. Suddenly, an army arrives. No. So they're willing to basically say, if you can, like, do you have any ability to like unwarp wood or like make things grow? Because we've got a little garden, and whether you have any magical abilities or not, doesn't matter. As long as you're willing to do a little bit of work, they will trade that for, 3 squares and a bonk. And you probably have had a chance to, at this point, meet Juliet. Because you probably are, maybe you're both working in the garden.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and we're staying in the same area, so
I'm good at plants.
Yeah.
You should see what I can do with vines.
Well,
I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
Sure. Shall we have a druid off in the garden?
The garden's gonna end up overgrown.
It's gonna be just this giant dome of.
Is Harlow competitive?
Not really. I mean, he's kind of laid back, but.
But you know that you're vastly superior to everyone else because you're an elf.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a friendly competition, he'll join in. But
all right,
I've never seen an elf before. What is a little weird?
Like a goblin, but taller.
Yeah, just the ears, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You probably, Juliet, don't even recognize the difference between.
Gotcha.
He's a flesh sack. Mammalian. But yeah, I mean, I will say you can differentiate individuals from each other. You have good visual acuity and pattern recognition, but you don't have the acculturation to be able to tell, like male and female are somewhat novel concepts to you. You're just learning to like get it. And like differences between, like, you can tell a small one from a big one, but like a child versus a halfling, you're just starting to maybe piece together the differences. It's, oh, they're very small and have a beard. If they're very small and are drunk at the bar, probably a halfling, might be a child.
This is going to be an issue later, just so you guys know.
That's fine. But yes,
going to go up to some dwarf and be like, "Oh, how are you, little one?
Where's your mommy?"
Yeah.
She's been dead these 600 years. So let's have, I think both of you, for a variety of reasons, want to perform well. Because... I'm
just trying to fit in.
Yeah, Gerta and Phryne are very kind, and you want to demonstrate that their faith in you as well. Take it. And the garden needs a lot of work. So, how would Juliet like to help the garden?
I mean, make it grow more, I guess. I mean, I assume they have a garden because they want food. So
yes,
more foods and stuff.
That makes perfect sense. So there's a couple of different ways that you could do that. You could, for example, just try to make a nature check. And that is just a level of your like understanding of nature, and try to do things like, oh, well, maybe the soil over here is a little bit, there's too much clay. I can go get some grit or I can aerate it. So like a very straightforward thing. You could use druidcraft, a little bit of magic to just kind of say, oh, this plant could use a little bit of a spark. You could do more dramatic things. Like, could be like, oh, this would look much more pretty if it were covered in spikes. This is a spell that you can cast. You could also...
And the animals won't eat it if it's covered in spikes.
It's true. You could also say, well, there's lots of voles living in here, and maybe that's part of the problem. And you could say, oh, well, I could kill them all and then channel their life force into the garden. There's a variety of things kind of on a scale between like, let me try to understand nature, which you're not particularly good at because you're not exactly natural, all the way up to big and dramatic. Your choice. Or something else.
Yeah, I probably won't try to kill all the voles, but I like the idea of like giving the plants their own natural defense. Okay. Not to the point where like you eat it, it kills you, but makes it harder for animals to destroy the garden.
Yes. I don't see why not. So on your character sheet, you will go to spells, scroll all the way down to 2nd level, and then you're just going to click the cast button right next to spike growth. And that is just a way of keeping track of, so you used one of your 2 2nd level spell slots.
Okay, gotcha.
But this is good practice. So as you are discussing things to do to help, and I think, Harlow, it's very clear that Juliet is somewhat odd. Do you talk, Juliet, about your rationale, or do you just do it?
How did we get started into this? I guess it would just depend.
I think you both found yourself maybe 30 minutes ago. One of you got there first, but your chore for the day in exchange for being able to be fed and housed here at the Happy Hearth is to go take care of the garden. And that's about it. Gerta probably would have said, you can work in the garden. It's a nightmare. We haven't really done much. It's got lots of weeds and creepers, but you two seem like you have green thumbs, so go see what you can do. That's as much instruction as you've had.
Okay. Based on that instruction, yeah, I'll just make it so they can defend themselves and just do it.
Okay. So Harlow, you see Juliet kind of looking around and assessing, and then you feel a tug from that part of yourself that is connected to nature, that derives your power. And Juliet begins waving her long, very dexterous fingers in a very kind of particular pattern, begins chanting in a language that you actually might not even recognize. It's more a series of sounds. And every plant in a good 20-foot radius begins to sprout wicked curved spikes and thorns and burrs and bristles. Now, you are all now trapped in the garden if you don't want to take significant damage.
Okay, I didn't realize I was like in the middle of the garden, like just doing this. Okay.
Yeah, because you would. And you have some advantages when it comes to this kind of stuff. But I would say it is not lost on Harlow, this being Harlow's sphere, that this is not a great situation. It is difficult terrain, and for every 5 feet you move, you take 2d4 damage. Now, we have plenty of boons. So if you would like, for example, SJ, to spend, I'll say, a major boon to be able to do a little bit something extra with the magic, to like, let me shape this in a way that the spell
like
typically doesn't. Yeah. Okay, well, go ahead and use a major boon. Sin just gave us one. That's what made me think about it. So Harlow, you are busy, checking things out, doing a little bit of light weeding, and then you hear this, you sense and feel this change happen, and you look up just in time to be completely entrapped by thorns. Like one of them is like a centimeter from your eye, and you can see some sort of wicked green fluid dripping from it. It's very problematic. And then the magic shifts a little bit to create lovely little walkways. And the thorns retreat from you. What do you all do?
I'm looking proud of myself.
I'm probably just going to look over and be like, oh.
Well, that was an impressive display. What do you do to help?
Yeah. So, give me a sec. I got to see what I have here.
And again, it can be skill-based.
Yeah, so I would probably... I'm guessing it's just in a 20-foot area, right?
Yeah.
That this is in? Okay. I'd probably like go to the edge of the area and then start to do my own magic to do kind of the same thing, but like a little more flourishy.
So are you, so what spell or ability are you using?
God, I was thinking Entangle, but that might not work.
No, it would totally work.
That would work? Okay. Yeah, I will use Entangle. So
on the same area? Or
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Juliet is standing very proudly, having created thorns everywhere. Harlow moves out of the area through the paths that you've created and then casts Entanglement. So now everything that has thorns now also sprouts vines. So you are surrounded by, and tell us what else happens. So the area is difficult terrain. Anything else?
Let's see. Spread from the ground at a 20-foot square. For the duration, these plants turn the ground and area into difficult terrain.
Yes.
And must succeed a strength saving throw.
Yes.
would be restrained.
And what is your saving throw DC? It is going to be at the top of that big gray box where it says, plus something modifier, plus something spell effect, and save DC, spell attack and save DC.
Let me see. Save DC is 13.
All right, Juliet, I would like you to make a strength saving throw, please. So you'll look in your saving throw box that has a +2 with strength. So roll a d20, add 2, and you're looking to beat Harlow's save DC.
I'm not seeing this box.
It's in the top left, right below your main attributes.
Yes. It says saving throws at the bottom. Has a little A in it. A, advantage, rightful presence, and breath weapons of dragons.
Make sure that the window is expanded enough so that it's not in the mobile format. Because that'll screw up the location of things.
That is true.
I'm in... I don't... It's top left?
Yes, can you see your character name with the green? Yes. So right below that is strength, dexterity.
Yep.
Constitution. Right below that is 2 columns.
Oh, okay. I see this thing.
Yes.
Okay, and then you open it.
You don't even have to open it. You're just looking for your strength saving throw bonus is +2. So you're just going to roll a d20 and add 2.
Yep.
7.
Oh, that doesn't make it. So, yes, you are standing very proudly, and then you feel the vines and tendrils just wrap themselves around you. And you are stuck in place, which is probably fine from your perspective.
I saw him do this.
Yes.
And I just look at him like, what?
I mean, I just almost put your eye out with an 8-inch thorn, but this is rude.
I could have done this.
Do you think that it is worth a major bane for me to insert myself in this scene?
I think you can insert yourself in the scene whenever you want to.
Yeah, but I want to use up one of the major banes, is the thing.
You can't use that major banes.
Never mind then.
You should just insert yourself into the scene. It's not a bane. Ducky showing up is never a bane.
Fine. Well, Ducky was taking an early morning nap in the garden.
Perfect.
And wakes up tied to the ground, surrounded by thorn bushes and vines. I rolled my strength save.
That's what that was for. Yes. Beautiful. Yes, and as the vines grow up, you are kind of lifted up almost like a topiary. The two of you realize as you're kind of like feeling each other out, you are not alone. Some sort of strange vine beast has appeared in the middle of the garden. It appears to be attempting to making some sort of muffled noises. What do you do?
Can I see it?
Yes.
Do I think it's in... Because I've probably never seen a goblin before.
You certainly haven't.
Yeah, so I'm...
You see green skin, vines, and thorns. And you hear...
Oh, so they're covered in vines. Okay.
Yeah, because entangled. Yep. And it seems to be moving of its own accord or attempting to.
It has green skin? Maybe it's like me.
It's possible. But it's just like real green.
It's like a little kid.
I'd be looking at it like...
You might think that you've created another one. It's entirely possible.
Yeah, like, uh-oh.
What do you do? How do you kill this creature? I'm sorry. What do you do?
No, go with it. What would Sarah Juliet do?
Well, I want to know what this is. I don't know what the heck I just did. Like, did I make this? Is this some weird animal? Is this what the...
I think you should make a nature check. If you want to be able to identify what it is.
Yeah, I'm going to make a nature check too.
Okay.
At a 14.
Okay.
I got a 5.
Okay. Harlow believes that this is some sort of maybe it's the proximity to Verret. Maybe this ground was cursed, but this is clearly some sort of manifestation from beyond, some sort of odd, potentially very dangerous fruit. Perhaps one of the many strange plant creatures that have made Verret so dangerous, and even the woods that you've lived in, rather dangerous. SJ, that is clearly another mammalian creature. It's small. It's small, so maybe it's a halfling or a child.
I'm still stuck too. So,
So both of you are stuck, and I'm just sitting there looking at it.
And it's what, 2d4 damage per 5 feet of movement?
If you are moving, but you are not because you are entangled.
Okay. You hear this muffling stop, and then utter something, and this cocoon of vines bursts out in a very loud crack, casting Thunder Wave.
Perfect.
Which is like 2d8 damage, which I must assume eviscerates the vines.
Sure.
In a 15-foot cube.
Beautiful.
And like this thunderous boom emits about 300 feet.
Yes.
So
very loud. Windows rattle.
Yeah, dropping out of this cocoon is a very shaken, annoyed goblin.
You probably have some like little sap stains on your waistcoat, which is very frustrating, I'm sure, because Ducky is nothing if not dapper. Yeah.
I point at Harlow.
Yeah, I think with the thunder wave, my concentration would break, so suddenly the vines would go back down.
Yes. You're both splattered by thick green sap and juice and bits and pieces of vine.
Yeah, I'm just pointing at Harlow. Like, that wasn't me.
Next time either of you do something like this, please give a warning first.
What are you talking about? We're just having fun.
Yes.
I was told to help the garden.
Yeah, this is helping.
I don't know what he was doing.
I mean, it's very fertile looking now. It's just that like there's no fruit or vegetables. It's just vines and thorns and stuff. But the vines eventually shrink back. Eventually your thorns will also go away.
Ducky crosses his arms. Looks irritated.
Go ahead.
You'll have to pay for my dry cleaning.
Can you just get your parents to wash it for you?
Yeah, I mean, haven't you been out in garden before?
So in the midst of this stare, go ahead.
Yeah. Did what Goethe hear?
Yeah, I was going to say in the midst of this.
Okay.
In the midst of this, I think Phryne being the one who's a bit more danger aware. You see a halfling woman, darker hair, a little bit curly, a few strands of silver in it, but still very spry, carrying a broom. All right, what's going on out here?
I point at Ducky.
What did you do to the garden?
He blew it up.
Yep. It was him.
Ducky, why did you blow up my garden?
Now you know that I wouldn't do something like that. I
can see the blast radius. It centers on you.
I see how this might seem. These two created quite a mess in here, entrapping me.
Entrapping you? What were you doing hiding in the garden?
I wasn't hiding. I was And you see Ducky like put a notebook back in a bag.
It was a weird vine creature.
I was researching.
In the garden. We're researching weeds.
It's a
Well, look.
I'm picking up poetry, okay? And it's a nice place.
Oh, is it love poetry? Have you set your eyes on someone here in town?
Forget I mentioned anything.
The
point being,
Wait till Gerda hears about this.
I was closing my eyes and just for a moment, and these two
dreaming about your beloved
made your entire garden a mess. I had no recourse but to free myself. I apologize.
I was helping.
I don't know. It looked
made the
pretty
mess.
good to me.
Well,
this one did the thorns.
That was a good thing.
Well, thorns.
The garden, it helps the garden protect itself.
I can see how you would think that would be useful. Well, no harm, no foul. No one's injured. But I will ask all three of you to clean it up.
Okay.
And if you do a very good job, Ducky, I won't tell Gerda that you were sleeping in our garden, dreaming about your mysterious beloved. I mean, we both know I can keep a secret, but once she knows, it'll be all around town.
And Ducky prestidigitates and cleans himself off, and then starts mending various things around the blast radius.
Yeah, there's a little like bent wood fence that goes around, and you know some of the like that. It's relatively early in the season, so there have been a few little tripods of cane set up to help to train the beans that have been planted. Those got blasted apart, so you go about mending. I think that the druids with a liberal application of druid craft can repair and get the plants back off to a good start, and maybe even better than before. But it's probably an hour before it's no longer apparent that this was the scene of several natural disasters this morning. What do you do?
I'm going to get a new change of clothes. You can always prestidigitate it away, but there's a smell that never... It requires a good washing.
Which is entirely in your head, because it's like at the atomic level all gone, but Ducky knows. Got it.
Have I figured out he's not a kid?
I don't know. Make an insight check. So yes, that's a D20 plus the...
Oh, okay, 19. So I figured it out when they were talking about probably love, and he's all the ways talking and everything, like, oh, maybe this isn't a kid.
Yes, you at first think, this is very strange. Why is a small adult speaking to a small child about being in love? And then you deduce that perhaps the small green child is not a child and does not appear to be wholly or partially plant, which is probably somewhat disappointing. Harlow, what are you doing? What are you saying?
I'm just going to go up to Ducky and be like, hi, I'm Harlow.
Hello, Harlow.
Put
You
out
seem
my
to be
hand.
new to town.
Juliet is just going to be very rudely, because she has no tact. What are you?
A
Were you
paralegal.
asking me or Harlow?
I'm asking Ducky. Harlow, I just assume is a human.
I am a notary, paralegal. I file things for people.
I've never heard.
Do you
of
have
one of
any
those.
papers that need signing or the correct deposits?
Paper.
You just get it. Yeah, you get kind of like a blank look from it. I don't think so.
Hmm.
I'm not really sure what you're talking about, but
Well, keep me in mind if you do, because I have the lowest rates in town for the best quality. Satisfaction guaranteed.
So your skin is green. Are you good with plants too? You didn't look like you were using anything
Not,
to help us with the garden.
not so much. My skill set is elsewhere. Um, although I do appreciate nature in certain forms, not with all the thorns though.
yeah, those can hurt sometimes.
What about you? You're very odd.
Juliet?
Would Ducky have known about this monstrosity that was created? No.
You
Okay.
might have heard, I mean, everyone's heard the kind of jumbled stories from the Chaos Crew. Not their actual name, but we know who we're talking about. And that might have included mention of some sort of strange plant beast, but I don't think that would be reasonable that you would connect the two.
Okay.
Because
His skin is green.
Yes.
So my new story is I'm just a big paralegal.
Okay. And then usually large paralegal. Got it.
Yeah, maybe when my parents was like a giant or something.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm half paralegal.
Oh, really? Didn't think I'd have any competition here in town. It's
So do we
it's a pleasure to
compete?
meet you.
Yes, you too.
We can have a paralegal competition if you'd like. The druid competition went so well.
Guarantee I'll win.
Probably.
I'm not a paralegal, so I'll sit out in this one.
Yes. All right. Someone needs to notarize a bill of sale. Go.
Is it
What?
legitimate or otherwise? Because I can operate both.
Yes. So as you two spend some time talking over and around each other, because it's clear that Juliet is not quite getting the point. What do you do?
Let Gerta or whatever, what's her name? Phryne.
Yes.
Know that her garden is repaired as best we can.
Well,
good.
good.
And ensure that there's no word about me being here at all.
Oh, yes. Don't worry. I probably won't say anything. But good luck on that. I think it's very cute. Well, good. Then lunch is on the house. So,
Oh, good. It's lunchtime.
Yep. It's a little early for lunchtime, but you are all given leave to clean yourselves up. And although Ducky has a place to go, you will be rewarded for your efforts with a lovely lunch. Flory will serve you all. What kind of stuff does Juliet eat?
Probably whatever's given to her.
Like, literally, yes.
Yeah.
Juliet would has learned not to eat the cutlery. Like, was probably given a bowl of soup or something the first night you stayed here, and just ate the soup and then started mangling the bowl. And probably the spoon as well, until someone like explained that no, we have to use that for someone else. So now you know not to eat the furniture, not to eat the guests, but basically anything else. And I think that since you've been here, people have figured that out. So Flory will just bring you a big platter of just stuff. Like ham bones and onion
the scraps, all
skins,
the
and
things.
basically it's the slop bucket, or
It's
the
great.
compost pile. The stuff those
Gourmet.
dusters. It's just like, yes, apple cores all day long.
Mm-hmm. And Ducky has a similar diet.
Oh,
Goblins have a variety of nutritional needs. Garbage is apparently one of them. So like,
yeah, and Flori knows it too. So she's for sure. I mean, she's maybe put like a lemon wedge and a sprig of parsley, but you both have big platters of garbage.
yeah, you have to elevate it somehow.
Right.
Because my half paralegal side.
Exactly. You have a similar diet. Harlow, what kind of food does Harlow prefer?
Harlow is basically vegetarian. Eats nuts and salads, usually.
Lichen, bark,
Yeah.
berries. Okay, cool. Well, Flori will look a little bit. I have to actually work for this one. But yeah, she will bring you basically a plate of garnish. Most of the folks here in Doriene are meat and potatoes and cheeses and heavy breads and ale kind of folks. So it's whatever. It's a little bit of fruit, it's a little bit of vegetable. Call it a chop salad. Excellent. So you have a lovely repast. Is anyone getting anything to drink other than water?
I don't think Sierra's ever drank before.
Yeah, I don't think Harlow's ever had any kind of drinks other than water usually.
Yes. There was that mushroom tea you made that one time.
Oh,
But-
yeah, that was fun.
Yeah.
So, is there any new work that you may know of? Do you need any work done? Your business is picking up, but I can always make time for a friend. I was talking to the Phryne.
So Flori, right now, Flori,
Flori.
the daytime waitress / bartender. Well, someone blew up our garden, and fixing that, but it seems like you're already on top of that. I mean, there's always, yes, you all point at each other. I mean, yeah, we've already got. I mean, do any of you like sing or dance or anything like that? Play an instrument?
Oh, I think.
Are any of you like? She looks at Duck. Are any of you like poets or anything?
He's a poet.
Look right at Duck. Yeah.
She looks at you and yeah. So here's the thing about Phryne. She can't keep her mouth shut. She may not have mentioned the love poetry part.
No,
She's not trying to embarrass you, but she didn't say that she wouldn't tell people that you are secretly a poet. Yeah. No, maybe. Are you guys good at, like figuring things out?
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to brag, but
You've got good insight. Yeah, I'm usually pretty good at figuring things out.
I'm also good at things.
You guys are so weird. I swear. I mean, this is a place full of weird people, but somehow you're even weirder. I'm sorry, Duck. I mean, this is something that we all know about you. It's fine. Look, I don't know. You probably gotta go talk to the mistresses, but I did hear them talking this morning. Chev came by. And since he got married, they've been, well, let's just say they've been catching up for time a lot. And
Ew.
yeah, I know, right? I mean, I guess it's cute, but ugh. So it was weird, and he's been so super happy since they got married. But he seemed a little concerned. So maybe there's something going on. It's the kind of thing that back in the day, we would have talked to Port Blaze and Mirth and Ghost about, but they're all like, I'm teaching people to dance and stab people in the back, and I'm the Reeve now. So they're far too good to take on any kind of like light investigation work.
But like marriage troubles, that's not really my purview.
Well, I guess they're not the only ones that are too good. I don't know what kind of trouble it is, man.
I don't
You just
know.
seemed
I
upset.
thought you knew about love stuff.
What? No.
Isn't that what you were writing about?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, Florey's like, no, I'm just saying it seemed like there was something up. So you can either, come back and eat more garbage, saves me having to throw it away, or you can go check with Gertrude and Friday and see if whatever was going on with Chubb this morning is a chance to earn some coin. Or you can go pick up a hammer and nails and help us deal with the leaking roof.
That is tempting. But I'll go see what Chev wants.
Okay. Or yeah, you can go talk to him too, I guess.
Remember to save the meat scraps for me. I will pay for them, of course.
Okay. Sure. Meanwhile, Sierra snakes a long finger over and picks up a piece of gristle and just... Cool. So what do you do? Where do you go? Who do you talk to?
I go see Chev. I don't know if these weirdos are going to be following me, but...
Might as well. All right. Well, you make your way to the butchery. And you do see both. You see Mom out front. Mom is not her name, but it's what everyone in town calls her. She is a middle-aged human woman. She is a fantastic baker, and she is the recently wedded wife of Chev the Bugbear Butcher. They have not yet completely joined their businesses, but they do make a number of like sausage rolls and sandwiches and things like that. They haven't had unicorn meat pie recently, but that kind of what got the whole like collaboration started.
Yeah.
And she is out front, like cleaning, wiping down windows and trays. The lunch rush is now kind of over. So she will see you, Duck, who she recognizes, and say, "Oh, we still have a few inside if you'd like. I can warm something up for you."
Mom, but thank you. Maybe later. I've got two new people in town who are kind of light on coin. So we just came from the Happy Hearth and heard that maybe there would be something you might need done.
Oh, well, I mean, we can always use a few cleaners and, maybe
something more intellectual.
Well, you can figure out what's going on with Chev.
Ooh, what's going on with Chev?
Well, so it's weird. Okay, so hi, everyone just calls me Mom. She will extend a hand.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Harlow. Hi, Harlow. And your name is, young lady?
Juliet.
Hi, Juliet. Nice to meet you. So my husband, and she kind of smiles, and gets like a little girlish look on her face. My husband, Chev, is a bugbear. And, bugbears are a little bit, they're a little territorial. And sometimes he's a little overprotective and over suspicious. I mean, he's a really nice guy. But he is convinced that someone is stealing meat and bones. I mean, and it's like it's cast-offs, right? It's not prime cuts or anything like that. So I just figure it's like, well, there are stray dogs and there are rats and there are other creatures. And she looks very pointedly at Ducky, who have a tendency to like scraps.
Paralegals.
Sure. So, I mean, I'm not worried about it, but he is convinced that someone is stealing from him. And once he gets an idea in his head, it's very hard to argue with him. He's not super susceptible to logic. He's more of an emotional being, which is one of the reasons I love him.
Well, I guarantee that it was not me stealing them because
For me.
I have noticed there being less lately. That is disappointing. So I do have a vested interest in figuring this out.
Oh, okay. Sure. Well, I don't care, honestly. But as long as you can, like, find a way to calm him down. He's probably stalking around right now looking for, like, setting traps or looking for clues. It's kind of cute, but also very counterproductive.
Where might he be right now?
Oh, he's probably out back.
Okay.
And you do hear, now that she mentions it, you do hear from kind of around the corner down the alley, you hear someone is grumbling to themselves. And you hear some rapid banging, and then some clanking, and then a whipping sound, and more banging. That's him.
I would head that direction. Talk to you later, Mom.
Bye. Let me know if you need a sandwich. They're a little stale, but I know you don't mind.
Sandwich?
Would you like a sandwich?
Ooh.
Is it free?
I'll tell you what. Just as a way of introducing ourselves, I will give you your first sandwich for free, but you have to tell all your friends.
Easy. I don't have any.
Oh, sweetie, that's really sad. Well, you do now. Mom is a friend to everyone.
Oh, perfect. There's these really good sandwiches.
Yeah, she will bring you a lovely sandwich. Think like a little bit of provolone. They put the special sauce on this morning, so it's gotten the like ciabatta roll style bread has gotten a little bit soggy. There's a piece of lettuce in it that's maybe a little bit wilted. It's airport sandwich style freshness, so it's fully edible. It's just maybe past its absolute best, but it's quite good. There's some sort of lean, probably fowl, chicken, turkey, something else, meat that has a little bit of like a peppery crust on it. It's quite delicious, or it would be if you didn't just shove it in your mouth. Like it's like, oh, you must have been hungry. Here, let me get you another one to take with you.
Do you have any that are meat free?
Sure, just a second. And she comes back.
A piece of lettuce.
Yeah. Wait, here's one for you, and the second one for you has extra meat on it.
Great.
Yeah, she for sure just picked off the meat and stuck it on the other one. All right, well, now you better help, Chev, because you all owe me. Sandwiches are not usually free. Yes. Yes?
They owe you.
Whatever. It's fine. All right, I've got cleaning to do. Go talk to my husband. See if you can calm him down.
On the way out and be like, Ducky, are we friends?
Yeah, come along. We'll help. Or you'll help.
I head to Chev.
Big rep. Put a pin in that.
I was going to tell him about the sandwiches if he was, but...
Apparently not. Not yet. All right, so you make your way around down the alley, and there in the backyard or the kind of there's like a sawhorse. There are some saws. There are some mallets. You're not quite sure exactly what Chev is doing, but he's very handy, and he is building some sort of relatively large, crudely constructed contraption. Anyone can give me, could be straight intelligence, maybe survival, technically.
Oh, I could do survival.
Oh yeah.
Or investigation. Your choices.
Absolutely investigation, if possible.
Yeah.
17.
Yes. Everyone else roll so I can tell you what you get.
Yeah, I'll do survival.
Yeah, 22 for survival.
7.
You think, Harlow, that maybe it's some sort of maybe it's a stage, or maybe it's going to become an outhouse or something, and maybe he's just not a very competent carpenter. But something about it actually makes sense you wouldn't know, because it's not the type of thing that you would have built or be super familiar with. Ducky and Juliet realize that this is a trap. It's a massive trap. There's a big wooden base and 4 posts, and then a variety of like pulleys and fine twine. And then suspended over the base are a little bit more than a dozen hatchets and butcher's knives and cleavers and fine knives like boning knives, etc., that have all been kind of affixed to a frame. And Chev is now busily testing. Like he's as you come, he's pulling it up to raise this up, and then putting his foot onto the pressure plate, and then it falls down, but then it gets caught on the support rails, and then he pulls it back up and is getting in there and banging on it. You can see that he's nicked one of his ears because he's not being particularly comfortable. So, I'll catch him. I will. That is what he's doing.
Excuse me, Chev. Yep. Your wife told us you were back here and that you might need some assistance.
You want to help me build a trap?
Absolutely. In fact, I have just the thing. If you can wait here, maybe 15 minutes, I can go pick it up and bring it right back.
I mean, your shop's just down the street. Where are you going?
Yeah, well, it's not just in my shop. I need to partially assemble it first, but it'll be worth it. I promise.
Yeah. Is it good at catching thieves?
It is perfect at catching.
Yeah, for sure. Who are your friends, though?
They're not my friends.
I'm Juliet.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Harlow. I'm
All right.
Ducky's friend.
Hi, Harlow. And what was your name, Juliet?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Chev. He reaches out, his mitt is probably, a foot long and about as wide. He's a big, burly, hairy creature. Mouth full of snaggly teeth. Hi, I'm Chev. Nice to meet you. You want to help me build my trap?
Sure.
Well, but you can't tell anybody. Wait. Are you thieves?
Oh no.
Okay,
No.
good then. Then you can help. All right. Well, you can't tell anyone else because they might be thieves, and we've got to trap them. We've got to trick them. So the plan is, we set this up, and I'm going to put some scraps out in the middle of it, and then the thieves are going to come and they're going to steal the scraps, and then all the butcher's knives and cleavers and knives and stuff are going to fall down on him, and it'll trap him.
Is it stealing, though, if you just leave it out in the open?
Also, wouldn't that kill them?
I mean, it fell on me a minute ago and it hurt, but it didn't kill me.
Okay.
You're pretty big, though. We might need to test it on somebody else. Harlow.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. I mean, you're more like average size for people here in town. So, yeah, we should see if it, because I'm not trying to kill anybody. So, yeah, why don't you come step over here? We'll test it. And if it kills you, I know it's too dangerous.
Yeah, sure. I'll try it out.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw with advantage because this thing is very poorly constructed. And that means roll 2d20, take the higher, then add your saving throw modifier.
Okay. So 11. So 11, 12.
All right. I will say you take half damage.
Okay.
Because you are willingly stepping into a trap. Yep. You take 4 points of damage.
4 points. Okay.
As you for whatever reason step directly beneath these like 15 blades angled down in such a way to kill you. And maybe you thought it was like it wouldn't work, but whatever banging it was that he was doing as you were approaching was enough to loosen it up that it does have free range. So as soon as you realize, no, it's going to come down and impale you, you dodge out of the way, but you get a nice long scrape down one of your arms from a fillet knife.
You've moved.
Yeah, that was a little hurty.
Well, also, it's really easy to jump out of the way, apparently. So we need to put up like maybe some glue.
Oh, yeah. So it keeps them in place.
Yeah. So like they come in and then they try to steal the bones and stuff, and then they get glued down, and then they can't dodge out of the way, and they get squished and chopped.
Well, he also didn't even eat any of the scraps. He would have been more distracted if he was actively eating.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's true too. Maybe we put knives in the scraps too. Oh, what if instead of falling down, it did one of these? So like there's knives on the bottom and knives on the top and it just
straps.
Well, but then like a cat or something might come in and I don't want to kill a cat.
When the whole trap kill a cat anyway?
Yeah, that would definitely kill a cat.
Good point. You're smart. Okay, well, how should we do the trap then? Because I don't want to kill a cat, but I do want to trap the thief.
I think Ducky will probably have a better idea. He seems to be getting something that's something for a trap. Maybe he knows more.
He is smart. Like he wrote up the contract that like incorporated our new like bakery butcher shop thing, and patented the secret sauce. I don't know why that's important. It costs like 2 gold to do, but he said it was something we should do. We have to patent it so that people in neighboring villages can't create it. And if they do create something that is like materially similar to our secret sauce, we can sue them for infringement. I don't know.
Half paralegal, so I only got half of that.
Oh, you're a half. That's, I don't know what that means, but it's cool.
Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah. Oh, well, we'll wait. Oh yeah, you're bleeding everywhere, buddy.
Should I use?
I got it.
Okay.
I cast healing word on myself too.
As you do, he just like he licks one of his beans, and they're super rough. I'll take care of it. Scrum. It doesn't feel good, but it wipes the blood off, and then you go healing word, and it goes away. See, bugbear spit. It's one of the most healing substances in nature.
Oh, you should sell jars of it.
That's a really good idea. Because Mom makes this licorice stuff that I don't know what it is. It just makes me drool. So I can eat some of that licorice and then like drool into a thing and sell it. That's a great idea. Oh, but I'm going to patent it so you can't sell it too. Wait,
I don't have any.
you're not a bugbear. You couldn't make any. This is awesome. This is great. You guys are fun. All right, and then Duck shows back up.
Yeah, I come back with arms full of like weird contraptions that I was working on in my basement, uh, like to further prevent any sort of thieves. A couple prototypes of my own design.
Oh, well, that looks complicated. What's it do?
It prevents thieves from stealing things.
Like, do you just like lay it on the ground and then they trip over it and fall?
I mean, that's one way it can prevent thievery, for sure.
Do you put it all in a sack and then when they walk underneath, it falls on them and crushes them?
That would also work. But if you don't mind, let me attach it to what you have already.
Oh, okay.
And like even before he gives permission, I'm already there. I'm attaching it to this system of pulleys and ropes. It's got a couple like flasks of something in it. Like in a tripwire. And while I'm setting it up, I'm like, oh no, you see it'll stick here. And I'm fixing what he's done also.
Okay. Are you using a class ability or a spell? Or are you making a tinkering check? Or
I am making a tinkering check.
All right. Make that happen. I'm going to say it is. I think it's. Well, you tell me if you think it's dexterity or wisdom, or sorry, or intelligence based.
Probably dexterity, because it's already been made. I'm just attaching it.
Okay. Then yeah, roll your dex, and you are proficient with Tinker's tools, correct?
Correct.
Cool. Then you may roll with proficiency as well. So that's inputs proficiency.
So that's 12 plus 2, so 14. So
it's not great. It's mostly because you are attaching it to a very primitive substrate. So you spend a little bit more time and effort than needed to just shore that thing up. It looks jank and super obvious, but you think it will function as designed. And how is it designed to function?
If someone like changes the tripwire at all, a gout of flame will burst from a nozzle that like it reacts with contact with the air, so it'll like the chemical is in a vial attached to it. It's overly engineered. It's
Rube Goldbergian.
Yeah. Probably could have been accomplished in a much simpler, more elegant way, but you have to have safeguards.
Yes. So you have some sort of massive.
Try it?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh no.
You have some sort of massive steampunk contraption sitting in the middle of his backyard. It is even more obvious than it was before. Okay, cool. And Juliet's going to try it?
No, Harlow.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah. You did so well with the last one. Let's see. He got away from the one I built. We have to see if he can get away from this one. So he just has to like, and Cheval reaches, he just goes in and he like has to like grab the thing, and he 100% grabs the thing. So what happens to him as a result of him grabbing the tripwire?
It's essentially Tasha's Caustic Brew, which is a spell that I know.
Yep.
So like 2d4.
Does he get a save?
Acid damage. Dexterity saving throw.
Cool.
12 DC, which isn't like.
He makes it, so he will take half damage.
I think there's no save, like there's no half. if he saves,
Oh.
that's it.
Okay, so we'll say,
But it is 30 feet long and 5 feet wide of a stream that just shoots out of this thing. So like we'll say like he touches it and it just goes over his hand.
yeah, and maybe like enough of it splashes that like it melts off some of his fur. And so he holds up this big mitt, and you just see like acid green tendrils of smoke and gunk blowing. Like, well, Mom's not gonna like that.
Well, if you see anyone else that has something like that, they might be the thief.
Oh,
Think about that.
so like if someone else has melted hair,
Yeah.
then we know who
this
the
goes
thief
off
is.
again, if this goes off again and you don't know if you weren't here when it went off, and then you see someone that also has melted hair.
Okay, well, it doesn't trap him though.
It was aimed upwards. Like if it was just a small creature that was stealing your food, it would have gone over. But if it was a person, like actually walking on it, it would have hit them.
I don't think I understand, but I trust you. Okay, cool. So if they come in, they touch the thing, they're going to get all their hair melted off. And then if they step further in, they'll step on the pressure plate and then they'll get squished by knives.
Yeah.
And then maybe that stuff that melts their hair will get in the openings. And then they'll run around, and then I'll for sure hear that. Okay, cool. Yeah, I guess that will work.
So what do these thieves look like?
I mean, I don't know. I just know that they... will you help me move this? I got to put it right outside the back door.
When do they usually come around?
I don't know. I get up in the morning and I come in, and then where I put all the bones and stuff is just like it's all gone.
Shame.
Like it's like bones and scraps and skin and sinew and marrow and stuff. Well, I mean, I like the marrow myself, you know, but sometimes I don't get to all of it. And then it's just all gone. I was gonna stay awake all night and chop. And if anyone came in the kitchen, but Mom doesn't like to be alone. But they're real quiet. I haven't heard anything, and I don't smell them. So they're real sneaky.
These two are more physically inclined than I am, and I've already helped, so maybe they could help.
Cool.
Move this. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, cool. And then we can direct it, and you can help me figure out like just the right angle to place it next to the back door, so that yeah. Okay, cool. All right, so you two lift. You look strong. They don't look strong. This will be fun.
I don't look strong at all.
All right, I'd like you to both give me athletics checks, please. I would say one could assist the other, but it's a 2-person job at minimum.
14 plus 4, 18.
Wow.
My athletics is plus 4.
Yes, that is intentional. You do not look strong, but you are incredibly strong.
I got 9.
Okay.
I'll switch out my dice.
Are you even lifting back there?
So, Harlow, I would like you to give me a dexterity saving throw, please.
The key is to lift with your back and make as many sudden movements as possible. The jerkier, the better.
16.
Okay. Well, the good news is you are not expecting Juliet to be so strong or for you to be so weak. So Juliet just grabs a hold and lifts, and then the whole thing tilts towards you, and the nozzle of whatever this contraption that Ducky has created swings directly in your face. However, you are quick enough to dodge out of the way as it sprays just a little bit of a spurt of whatever this caustic brew is, and you don't have your face melted.
Oh, good.
And then Don't worry, I got it. I just wanted to see what would happen. Chet walks over with one hand, counterbalances, and he and Juliet are able to place it. It basically blocks the back door. Like, there's not going to be an easy way to get in the back door. You hear inside a woman's voice. What's going on out there? And you hear footsteps approaching the back door.
Don't come outside.
What? Can't hear you. Getting closer. Maybe I should open the door and see what's going on. Are you kids having a good time out there? What do you do to save Mom's life?
Nothing. She's not my wife.
Like, thorn whip the door and make it so like it holds the door shut.
Us funerals require a lot of paperwork. So
oh, right. It's a potential revenue opportunity. So yes, you can certainly cast Thorn Whip.
Yeah, I might as well.
Okay, I got a 19 plus 5, so 24.
Yes, you 100% embed your Thorn Whip around the handle of the door. And then because of the function of Thorn Whip, the door is ripped off of its hinges and flies towards you. You sidestep and it slams into the back of the neighbor's house. And then Mom is just standing there. She's got like 1 foot forward, like, oh, do not want to know. Honey, we have to get ready for dinner. So if you're done playing with your little friends. Also, what is this? Never mind. I don't want to know. Someone please fix my door. Okay.
of course.
So strange. And Jeff's just like, oh, this is awesome.
Probably read the spell spread.
Was it just thrown out?
I didn't read as far as it pulls the target back.
Yeah. It worked. Mom didn't die. Yes, Harlow?
Is the door still intact, just somewhere else, or?
Yeah, it was just ripped off the hinges.
Okay, I can cast Mending to fix those hinges.
Yes, it's a bit of a situation. It takes a little bit of maneuvering, but yes, you're able to get it back in place and mend it. Cool. So, awesome. Bye, everybody. I gotta go wash my hands so I can make dinner and stuff.
Be sure to let us know if you catch those thieves.
Yeah. Okay.
Because my place is just nearby, and I don't, burglary affects all of us.
Yeah, it does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you should be careful. Maybe they've already been stealing from you.
I assure you, they have not.
Are you sure? Have you checked?
Sure.
Have
Yes.
you checked?
Yes.
Did you check this morning?
I was just there.
You were just out in the garden.
No, when I went to get
the
stuff.
Oh, okay. Let's have he brings it up to you. And what is your passive investigation?
14.
Okay. You were, you didn't go with the intent of double checking.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a moment of like, you kind of have a mental flashback and you kind of go, well, my 17 locks on the door were locked. And like, you didn't see anything obviously out of place, but you do a little bit of a mind palace situation.
Mm-hmm.
You had to grab a handful of like tubes and fasteners and wire. And it occurs to you that you've got like a basket that has a bunch of just random stuff in it that you grabbed.
Everyone needs a scrap pile.
Yeah, it's a scrap pile. It seemed like maybe there was less in it than you had intended or that you remember. Like, not enough that it struck you at the moment, but now that this paranoid idea has been expressed, you wonder if perhaps your scrap pile, your scrap basket was a little bit light.
No, now that you mention it, I think you might be onto something.
It's a crime wave.
Yeah. Yeah, I need to double check.
Okay.
Make sure nothing else was taken.
Cool. Well, yeah, go and check. And then if you need my help to set up a trap like this at your place, just let me know.
Oh, absolutely.
I got more knives. Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. Well, let me know if you catch anyone. And if you need to get rid of the bodies, I mean, I can take care of that too.
Ducky smiles a little bit too wide.
Oh, right. Oh, right. I forgot. Those, goblinoid bros gotta stick together.
Yeah.
Goblin, what?
Oh yeah, we're like our people are kind of related. I know it's hard to tell because he's little and scrawny and green, and I'm like big and buff and hairy. But we're technically like cousin
Like
species.
Distant cousins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like they got a lot of the brain and we got a lot of the brawn.
Mm-hmm.
But we're both totally chill with eating people.
Oh,
You like eating people too?
I'm also goblinoid.
Oh, you are. You are kind of green.
That would explain it.
So are you like a half goblin or something? Because you don't look like a goblin.
Well, I'm also half paralegal, so.
Okay.
You see, she said that before, and I don't really understand it, so I'm just letting it go.
Okay. Well, that's cool. Well, if you ever, I mean, like okay, we don't like eating people, right? It's not like it is. Yeah, but we can if we need to. So, like, if we ever need to, we'll be sure to invite you over.
Oh.
Hey, you are like an elf or something, right? Do you eat people?
No, I usually eat like tree stuff.
Tree stuff.
Yeah,
Like
I get
leaves?
my stuff from the forest.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, that's a shame. But that's whatever. Cool. All right, cool. Well, thanks for the help with the trap. And if you need any help from me, let me know. And then hopefully we'll catch someone. And then maybe we can have a dinner party. Don't want to bother the reef with, some petty theft. We can just take care of it. Oh, we can be like neighborhood watch. We can have like sashes
I really have
and
to be
stuff.
going,
or hats.
and
Or
check my
badges.
links.
Yes. Yeah, as he goes on and on about maybe we could have like secret call signs and stuff. He's getting really into it, and then you leave.
Oh, are the badges shiny?
They could be shiny.
Oh, I like this idea.
All right, I'll make you one, buddy.
Yeah.
So he gets super excited.
Mhm.
He's gonna go work on sashes and badges for the neighborhood watch. So what do you do?
Oh, Ducky.
I beeline it towards my house.
Yes.
Like I know they're gonna follow me.
Yeah.
That's out of my control. But I head to the basement,
Yes.
go to the door, take out 4 keys, hide it from them, and like put them in the tumblers and twist them certain ways back and forth in like a combination pattern.
Yep.
And like one by one, I unlock each of these locks on the basement door.
Yes.
Swings open. Head inside.
And then probably disable the various different tripwires and things that you let them know don't step on the third stair.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, you've got a minefield basically protecting. And what does your basement look like?
Well, the main floor of this house / like office is fairly standard, like bookkeeper style
Yes.
stuff. The basement's a stark contrast. A lot of stonework. You can see where there has been scourge marks on the walls that have been attempted to be cleaned. There's a large suit of metal armor on one wall, with faint steam constantly rising from the joints. There is a multiple bookshelves, but full of various gauges of screws and washers and scrap metal. coils of pipe and springs, um, and a very short workbench, normally about knee height for most humanoid races, but perfect operating height for a goblin.
Excellent. So, you take a look at your bits and bobs basket. And just based on passive perception and investigation, you can confirm, maybe not like there's anything particular missing, but it's just less than you would anticipate.
That won't do.
Your passive perception doesn't pick up anything else obviously amiss.
Juliet is definitely touching things, by the way.
Yeah, I'm mostly just staring at the armor.
Cool. Juliet, roll a d20 for me, please.
I got a 2.
Okay. Is there anything particularly explosive or otherwise sensitive?
There's the set of infiltrator armor I have. So it's possible she touched one of like the gemstones set into it that like causes a lightning burst from it.
Okay. Yeah. And what's the effect of that?
It's it's a bolt of lightning arcing out of this gem, and it deals like 2d6 plus 3 lightning damage.
But there's a save, I assume.
It's an attack.
Oh, it's an attack. All right. Well, roll an attack. Because, yeah.
12.
What is your armor class, Juliet?
17.
Okay. Yes. So the good news is, actually, for flavor, yeah, you're looking around trying to find things. You're not really paying attention. You see Juliet kind of walk up with those long fingers and like, ooh, pretty, touch the thing. And no. And it shocks the crap out of her. But it doesn't seem to, there's a discharge and there's ozone. But it's like there's a field like roughly 10 feet surrounding her that is not typically visible. But there's these little sparkling motes floating in the air, and there's a little bit of a shifting pattern of light that kind of swells for a moment and then dies back down.
And it's centered on her.
Yes. And you feel a little bit of a tingle in your finger, and you can shake that finger out, but you're fine. Not harmed at all.
And I'm just like, oh, did I touch a trap?
You touched a weapon. But that is fascinating. Is that always around you? We need to take some readings if you're unaware of it. And I pull out like a vacuum jar with like probes, and it'll see if there's like a current or something. And I test the resistance of the air around her, and like all sorts of stuff.
Yes. Well, and you are as a tinkerer, you are familiar with etheric engines and etheric resonance and some of the underlying arcanotechnology.
Mm-hmm.
So you can probably detect that there's a slight variance in the etheric field that appears to exist in a rough 10-foot sphere around Juliet.
Are you able to control this at all? Or is this just constant?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's constant, but I do have control over it.
Oh.
Is that not a...
Would you like? You can demonstrate if you would like.
problem thing? Oh, yeah. Do you want me to demonstrate?
Sure. Please step away from the armor, though. That was quite a lot of effort.
Yes. Well, the good news is it won't hurt, it won't affect the armor. But you can still step away.
Case.
Yes. All right. Well, there are two options here, Juliet. You can either simply do the normal reaction, because although we're not in turns, Ducky is within 10 feet of you. Or you could spend one of your wild shapes to empower this aura and do more. It is your choice whether you want to make an impressive demonstration or just a basic demonstration.
I think just basic for now, just because I'm just like, oh yeah, I just have some control over it. Like
cool.
This.
How big is your basement?
I think it's larger than it would seem.
Yes.
Like it's been expanded over the years.
Okay, but it's still goblin size, so it's not like massive.
Yeah, I think so. But like goblins have a inclination towards caverns. So
yes,
maybe against his better instinct or better judgment, he's instinctually made it more cavern-like.
Okay.
By like expanding it.
Yes. So I'm going to say it's a 50-50 that Harlow is in the area of effect. So Harlow, go ahead and roll a d20 for me. Evens, you're in it. Odds, you're not.
I got a 10, so evens.
Okay, cool. I need Ducky and Harlow to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
That would be a 6. Ducky does not roll well.
That's an 8 for me.
Okay, well, the good news is that Juliet's save DC is not massive. However, it is a 13. So that means so your halo, Juliet, can affect any creature within 10 feet of you. And it does 1d4 damage unless they make a Constitution saving throw. However, they did not make their saving throw. So go ahead and roll a d4 for me, and we'll see what happens.
It's just a 1.
Okay, so you each take 1 point of necrotic damage.
Yeah, just enough to, like, give him a little taste.
Yes. There's a little flash, like directly near you. See these little zigzagging little motes of green light, and as they kind of into you, and you feel them almost like briefly take root in your flesh, and then a little bit of your life essence is sucked back out into this sphere.
Unpleasant.
Yeah, but not like
Yeah.
life-threatening.
I would have had been like looking at the etheric readings
Yes.
On this device the entire time.
Yes.
Um,
Yes, 100%. There is some sort of spore, if you will. But it does not appear to be completely natural. It appears to be etheric in origin. And it just surrounds and permeates Juliet.
That's something I would like to research, but we have bigger problems right now. There is a thief, and it is personal now. They stole from the wrong goblin.
Wow.
What they steal?
In a world. And then we close up. In a world where people steal from the wrong people. They stole from the wrong goblin. It's personal now. Yes. All right. So.
Are we going to set up another knife trap?
If they got through all of my traps, that means the knife trap will not affect them. Or they're exceptionally skilled. Is there anything I can... The scrap bucket.
Mm-hmm.
it just looked like some of them were missing. Is there anything I can like investigate
Yes.
to like try to
Your
find a
yes, your
lead or whatever?
passive perception and investigation were not sufficient to pick up any more than there was something missing, but you may certainly actively either perceive or investigate. I think in this case, it's probably investigate, but you can just look around, as can anyone else.
Oh, I'm already looking around and suffered the consequences.
Well, that's equal to my passive my passive int.
Yeah, you're
So
looking around, you're examining the basket, and you're not seeing anything in particular. Did you roll, Juliet, to perceive?
Oh, no. I mean, I can.
You probably
I'm
should.
just looking around.
I'll do a perception check too.
Yeah.
Okay, 12.
Okay.
I have a good +5. I just rolled really low.
You got 21.
Oh, okay. So as Juliet just kind of looks, and remember, we do have plenty of boons and things like that, but so Juliet is also kind of just looking at stuff, probably not recognizing what most of it is. Harlow, however, just thinks like, okay, well, if someone got in, if they didn't get through, because there's a bunch of locks and stuff up there, if they didn't get in through there, how else could have gotten in? And so you start looking around like, are there windows? No. You're just kind of methodically going through, being careful not to touch things so you don't set off any more traps or other devices. There is a crate of some sort, kind of in one of the back corners, and you're just poking around, and you kind of pull back the canvas that's laid over this crate to keep whatever its contents are from getting too dusty and dirty. There is a hole in the wall.
Hey, I found a hole. Is this supposed to be here?
no.
Oh.
And in fact, as you go over, Ducky, that crate is slightly out of position. Like someone moved it just a little bit to cover the hole. The hole is probably about 8 inches high by about, well, it's roughly circular. It's irregular, but it's about that wide as well.
Would it be large enough for a homunculus servant to investigate?
Yeah.
So out of one of these crates, I open it up and then take out this like rusty kind of looking spider-like creature, completely made of metal, very clockwork. I set it down and I tell it to go down the hole, report back.
And how, so it can understand you, correct? And it follows your instructions.
I believe so.
But can it speak to you? Is it telepathic communication or?
1 second. Looking it up.
Yeah, Harlow speaks to mice. Could just send a mouse.
It's true. Are there?
No, I don't think it can speak to me.
It just follows instructions?
Just follows instructions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. Anyways, I tell it to head down there and then report back.
Yes. And I think it will, I guess, try, or maybe it has the ability to draw or have some sort of other indication.
I'm going to attach a spool of wire to it, very thin gauge wire, so I know how far the tunnel extends.
Okay. You wait probably 10 minutes before, and there are a few pauses but you wait 10 minutes before that spool of wire is completely played out.
Oh, okay.
It pauses for a minute, then makes progress, then pauses for a minute, makes progress, but eventually it reaches the end. And we'll say that, you told it when I tug, come back or something. So it doesn't just keep going forever.
Yep. Cool. So, but once the homunculus returns, I set it back into its crate, board it up. How much of the spool of wire, lengthwise, like 300 feet?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
And I will say, although it can't speak to you, it might be, you might be able to convince it to mechanically kind of like just with one of its little metal arms sketch roughly. It can indicate that it came to numerous branchings and just made relatively random selections. So there appears to be some sort of.
Okay. Well, seems like there's a network of tunnels underneath this town. I'm going to booby trap this hole.
Okay. So tinker or survival, your choice.
That would probably tinker.
Okay.
With intelligence.
Yeah.
Because this is devising something.
Agreed. So intelligence roll plus proficiency.
Yeah, 11.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
All right. But you think you've done it's probably like a rat or whatever, or some other kind of creature. So, you can certainly see it, and I will say any intelligent creature would probably know what it was, but you're not expecting that. Cool.
I will also give a standing order to my homunculus to like be like Nick. There probably wouldn't be a window to the basement.
You can tell it to guard.
Yeah. Okay. To guard. I was hoping to have it contact me somehow if there was an intrusion, but I don't see how that's possible.
Yeah, I don't know.
Especially with the door. But yeah, the standing order to guard.
And this is a homunculus servant, correct? Tiny construct, AC 13.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. It understands the languages you speak. Yes.
Yeah, but it does not say anything about it being able to communicate.
Yeah, it just does what you want it to do. And I'm gonna say it has full control of its appendages, so it can probably draw. But I don't think that it can necessarily write. Cool.
And its appearance is mostly spider-like, but there are articulating pincers.
Okay.
Up front.
It's not. It wouldn't be that big of a challenge for you to ring up like a wire and a bell, and you could instruct it that if it detects any intrusion, that it could yank on the wire and ring the bell.
Yeah, that sounds perfect.
Okay.
Yeah. So like ring the bell and delay it escaping.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Easy enough.
I would like to then camp outside the door.
Okay.
Keep it unlocked.
Okay.
But just right up outside it.
What are Juliet and Harlow doing?
Kind of watch it.
Okay.
No idea what he's doing. Unless he's saying it out loud, but
yeah, I would be narrating all of this.
Yes, so it is. You have an opportunity to make a plan. It is now probably. I mean, you guys messed around with Chev's nightmare trap for a while. We'll say it's probably late afternoon, getting up on dinner time. But you have an opportunity to make a plan about what you intend to do. From what you heard from Chev, the thieves come at night while everyone is asleep.
I mean, I can hide us if we want to stake out.
Harlow, what about you?
Yeah, I was debating between staying here or going back to Chev's to see if there was a hole over there, too. I would assume that there would be, but... I'll probably stay here. Splitting the party is always fun, but yeah.
Probably better to check in the morning.
Yeah.
Probably stake out here at night so we can catch it here, and then I don't want to set off any traps at Jeb's. I mean, Harlow, you could test for him if you want to go first.
Oh, okay.
Right. Try to trap and make sure it works.
Was there any shiny stuff on the armor?
Oh yeah, there's so much shiny stuff in this basement.
I can cast Pass Without Trace, and maybe we could just chill and watch and wait.
Yep. Yeah, no, that'll only last for an hour.
That's why I was gonna wait like outside on the other side of the door and just wait for the notification that something was there. Although, who knows if the homunculus will even see it?
That is a good question. Does it have dark vision?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
Then it might.
But it has a passive perception of 14, so
That's
like
pretty good.
but not the best, you know.
Yeah, but and it's you basically said guard, watch. So it will be on the alert.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So what do you do for food? Or are you just gonna skip dinner?
I'm gonna skip dinner.
Okay.
I'm
Might be
not
the first
skipping.
time.
What? I assume we can go back to their place and get scraps, right?
Well, there's also
Maybe get a little doggy bag.
well, also, I mean, there's probably paper that Ducky has used as a blotter. I mean, there's all kinds of things that you can eat. I would say
there's a waste paper basket.
there's a waste paper basket. Yeah. So we'll say Juliet has the waste paper basket in her lap, like a big, giant,
Popcorn
oversized
bucket.
popcorn bucket, and is just eating wadded up pieces of paper. You don't do so well with eating like metal scrap,
Gotcha.
or stone. But really, anything organic is something that you can easily consume. So yes, you're thinking about food. Ducky decides to skip it. Juliet eats paper.
I
Harlow.
can just spawn some good berries.
Oh yes, you can manifest some good berries for yourself. Mark off the spell, because it might matter.
Me too. Yep.
Cool. So you have a very, very weird dinner as you all sit on the floor of Duck's shop.
On the other side of the door.
Yes.
Like not in the shop. Not in
Oh,
the basement,
got
but
it.
like on
On the
main
stairs.
floor. Yeah.
Yeah, or that little landing before the stairs go down, so you're out of sight. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Are you taking watches, or are you going to try to stay up all night?
Probably when we're just sitting around after a while, Juliet probably just ends up nodding off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume I'm gonna be on a watch
Okay.
at some point, but I will get some sleep too. So
Or trance.
yeah.
All right.
I
So
think-
go ahead.
I think Ducky would try to stay up all night.
Oh, okay. Well, you're very intelligent. You have a lot of will, so you can stay up all night. So we'll say let's give me another 50-50 roll to see whether Harlow is awake. Evens, you're awake. Odds, you're asleep.
Got 2 evens.
Okay. So you are not fully entranced. Go ahead and let's see. What are your passive perceptions?
Passive wisdom to perception.
Yep.
15.
Okay. What is Ducky's?
11.
Okay.
Not great.
Neither of you hears anything until the bell rings.
I kick Juliet and rush down the stairs.
Okay.
What?
Yes. Juliet is prone and probably very uncomfortable from having fallen asleep on steps. Although maybe not. Your anatomy is very strange. So Duck is the first to react. You go charging down the steps. What are you doing, Harlow?
Just really quick, mechanical thing. Was this after I got enough sleep
No.
to? No. Okay. I will follow.
Cool.
Same.
Okay. So it takes maybe Juliet a little bit longer because you've got to wake up and figure out what's going on. And everyone has dark vision, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There is no light down here unless you say otherwise, Duck. Are there any?
Not at the moment. Normally I turn on a light, but we want to make it look like no one is down here.
Okay.
So
Shades of Gray. The only movement that you see is your homunculus that has just rung the bell and is now starting to scuttle over back towards that corner of the room. What do you do?
Magic missile
At
that corner of the room.
read the description of magic missile.
It's a creature you can see, isn't it?
Yes.
Age creature. Yeah. Okay.
So you go, and then nothing happens.
You know
I mean,
what?
there are creatures you can see.
Catapult. Then.
Okay.
Which is one object weighing 1 to 5 pounds within range that isn't being worn or carried.
Yes. There's a lot of that.
That is the target. So there's tons of that.
Yes.
The object flies in a straight line up to 90 feet in a direction you choose,
Yes.
stopping early if it hits a surface or strike a creature.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to make it so it like goes down the
Yep.
hole.
You are firing blindly. So
Yep.
go ahead and give me an attack at disadvantage.
It is a saving throw, but I will give you an attack.
Oh no. Okay. So it has concealment from you, but not full cover. So I will. Yeah. Okay. And what's the save? Dexterity.
Dexterity 12.
Okay.
Because my intelligence isn't that great.
Yeah. Because you're a goblin.
Because I'm a goblin.
But I mean, you're smarter than most people.
Smarter than the average bugbear.
Yeah.
That's true. You are smarter than Chev, for sure. It actually fails. I rolled very poorly. Or should I say one of them fails?
Okay. Well, that is 3d8 bludgeoning damage.
Roll it up.
I rolled 2 1s and a 7, so a 9.
Cool. You hear, I mean, there's a loud ruckus as whatever pile of detritus just animates and flies over that direction. You hear it make contact with something, and then you hear it slam into the wall. And then you hear a momentary additional scrabbling. And then you hear nothing.
And we didn't see anything.
No.
We just saw it move. Did we see where the thing impacted? And it seemed like
I mean, yeah, you can certainly head over in that direction. I'm just saying this all happens very quickly because you're just like, I know the general direction. I don't see anything. I'm just going to fire it off. And then very luckily you happen to catch something.
Gotcha.
But yes, you may now make your way over into that area and see what you see. But right now you just like went off into the corner around a corner where you weren't able to actually see.
Oh yeah. Okay. That would be an action. Never mind. Yeah. Harlow, Juliet, what do you do?
Yeah, we're not exactly an initiative, but I think let's take it.
I don't want to do too much in a time sensitive.
Yeah, makes sense.
Because
But that's what you all heard. You saw Ducky telekinetically project like a box or something over, and you all heard enough to realize it hit something, and then that hit the wall. And then after that, you heard some scrabbling noises. What do you do?
Run after him.
Okay.
My goal is get close enough to maybe cast Entangle in that area.
Sure.
Because then it'll just grab stuff for me.
Sure. You run over, you see the box that Ducky had animated. And underneath it, you see, I don't know, from your perspective, maybe a child, an unusually small child, or at least the lower legs and feet of an unusually small child. One of the feet is jerking. I would like you to, because it is full dark, which means your passive perception vision is currently at 10. So I'd like you to give me a perception check at disadvantage. Roll d20 twice and then add your perception.
Oh, I got 14 both times. So +5 is 19.
Yeah. In addition to the unusually small child that's now under a box, you see another child looking at you out the hole. It's a very pretty child.
Oh.
Very, very large, round blue eyes, a mop of blonde hair, porcelain skin, a little cupid bow mouth, and a little bit of a quirked smile. And then it back into darkness.
We got one of them. I mean, I could cast Entangle on the hole.
Oh, you can. Well, you can cast Entangle on this entire quarter or half of the basement. Yes.
Yeah, it seems a little extra.
Well, I mean, it's what you do. What Juliet would do.
I mean, that sounds like a pretty good idea from Juliet's perspective. We're trying to catch thieves. It'll catch anything that's, moving around.
Potentially.
Yeah, we'll do that. I'll cast Entangle.
All right.
Because I also want to make sure this one in front of me, too, is gone.
Yes. So, and I don't remember. I'm going to try it. Yeah. So I clicked it for you. And I'm also going to click cast on your spike growth because that it will automatically track the number of spell slots that you've used. I think those are the only two actual spells
I already
you cast.
did that. I don't see it when you hit. I see that when I hit.
Oh, weird.
I don't see that you hit it for Entangle.
Oh, let me. Hold on. Let me refresh my view. That's probably what it is. Anyway, but you should have one marked off in your first level spells and one marked. Yes. One marked off in each.
Okay. Yeah, I refreshed. It shows what you hit. Okay.
Okay. Well, then I won't hit it anymore because I can now see that you're doing it. Cool. Yes. That is going to be a dexterity save of 13, correct?
Yes. Wait, no. Strength 13?
Strength 13. 15 on the die, however. Cool. You hear rustling down the hole. And that whole area is now full of waving vines. And because...
call out that, like, there's a child here and one went in the hole. And then I go over to the hole to try to see if I caught him.
Well, I mean, it's all completely covered in vines and stuff now. But I will say that because you're using hearing, your passive perception is enough to hear a little bit of movement far enough down the hole that you realize it's outside the range of your entangling vines, but you also do hear a couple of sources of movement from within the vines. So you might have caught a couple, but a couple have escaped.
Harlow?
All of them.
Yep, Harlow, what are you doing?
So far, I was just watching everything to make sure no one was coming towards the stairs. But then when Juliet said that there's 2 kids over there, I think he decided to run over to see what's going on.
Cool. So you run over and you can see... do you move into the area that is entangled?
I mean, I can probably tell that
because Juliet for sure did.
Yeah, I'd assume it happened before I got there. So
yes, and you have disadvantage on your perception checks because it's in darkness, which means you can only see as in dim light. However, you can certainly see the massive waving vines, and I will say they are faintly luminescent, even because they are sourced from Juliet. So there's just a little bit of
angle affects yourself as well. Like the vines don't know to not attack the person casting.
I will say because you're you can move through your own entangled areas just fine.
Okay.
But it is a creature in the area when you cast the spell must succeed or be restrained.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna go into the vines yet, but
otherwise it's just difficult terrain.
Yeah, I'd probably just shout to Juliet, "Hey, do you have them?"
Some of them.
Can you bring any of them over here?
Can I? Is that something I could do?
You could spend a major boon.
Sure.
So I think you can, I think just through your understanding of the vines themselves and your ability to cast Thorn Whip, I think you can find a way to like almost sense through the vines where they have creatures grasped and just manage to cast a Thorn Whip to pull one of the creatures out. You are still going to have to make an attack. So you still have to cast the Thorn Whip. So it's possible it might fail, but the major boon is to allow it to happen.
14.
Yeah, that'll work.
It could also act like Cilia, like individually moving back.
Yeah.
Figure like combination of like Thorn Whip, Druid Craft, all that stuff.
Yep. So you, it's a very intuitive thing. None of this is necessarily repeatable, but you just kind of go, I try it. I know vines. And yes, you hear movement in the tunnel, and one of the things that was captured is brought forward. Go ahead and roll the damage, however. So it's a D6 of piercing damage.
3.
Cool. As the vines clamp into this thing and pull it out. Duck, have you moved over? Or are you moving over?
Yeah, I've just moved over.
Cool.
Juliet's probably like,
Yes. This wave of vines and tendrils extracts this creature from the hole. And much as described, it is a pretty, pretty little girl. Porcelain face. Large crystal blue eyes. Little ringlets of blonde hair. Little porcelain hands. a lovely little pinafore dress.
Literal porcelain.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
However, you can see from the area where the vines have pierced its body, there is a very, very slow trickle of some sort of dark fluid. Everything's grayscale because there's no real light. I mean, there's a little bit of glow from the vines, but not enough to create it as dim light.
How far out does the entanglement go?
If you cast it directly at the opening of the wall, so 10 feet.
Okay, and you seemed like there were more there.
Juliet knows that one more is trapped further into the hole, and there were two others that were able to break free and leave. And then there's the one that is underneath a box that is now currently entangled.
Then I'm going to use my last spell slot. Get up right against the hole and like pull out another one of those little vials with like an aerosol can attached and do another Tasha's caustic brew
Into the hole. Got it.
Which is 30 feet. Dex 12 save.
Okay. The one that is captured fails. I'll say that one... No, probably both of the others are technically within range. Okay. Roll your damage.
That would be 7 damage.
Okay.
Which it takes at the start of each of its turns.
Okay.
For a minute.
Okay.
Because it's concentration.
Excellent. Does it get a save, or does it just keep melting away?
Until it uses its action to scrape or wash the acid off of itself or another creature.
Got it. Okay. Cool. You hear vague thrashing that lasts for about 18 seconds and then stops. And Juliet knows that the one that was trapped is no longer trapped. Like the vines are squeezing it, and eventually it just kind of melts away to nothing.
Well, that's that.
Well, you might have killed one of them.
Good. Then I'm going to send the homunculus in to retrieve whatever remains there are, then bring them back out.
Well, yes, okay. It's going to take the homunculus a while because it's all difficult terrain. I mean that passageway is absolutely choked with vines.
It has nothing but time.
Okay, it will slowly crawl forward, and it will then crawl back, holding in its pinchers scraps of porcelain, scraps of cloth, bits of wire, and just gross black sludge.
Mostly to just get an estimate of a body count.
Yeah.
But we do have the one underneath the crate.
There's one underneath the crate, and there's the one that's currently held in the thorny vines. And it is just kind of, it is smiling at you all. Because it can't not smile. Just like trying to jerk around in the vines. What do you do?
Can I tell what it is? Can I tell what it is?
Yes, you could. You can wade through the vines and get up close and take a good look and investigate it if you'd like. It is going to be, however, a disadvantage because it is pitch dark in here. So even with your dark vision, picking up the details is tough.
As soon as like combat ended, I would take a crescent wrench and like just tap it on this contraption, and the contraption lights up.
Okay.
So now there's bright light in 5 foot radius and dim another 5.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and but you have enough light sources in here because you don't work in the dark, so it's immaterial now that you made the decision to light it up. So yes, you may investigate, Harlow. You may wade through the vines and investigate this object.
Okay. The investigation isn't exactly the greatest for me, but I'm sure a 17 would do something.
Probably, yeah. It's a doll.
a living doll?
Yeah.
Or mostly real?
Oh, it's bleeding. And with the 17, I will say that it's not bleeding like it's living and full of blood. It's just a little bit of an ooze, and the you can now see that it does have like a brownish red color to it, but it's very, very slow. It's not like bleeding out like you had stuck yourself, for example. And it's just smiling.
This thing's a living doll.
And that's a living mechanical spider. I point to my homunculus. These things exist. Is there anything I can do to fashion a cage of sorts?
Yeah.
Down here. Okay, I would like to
tinker one up. Yeah.
I would like to tinker and encage our prisoners.
Go ahead and tinker it up. The result of your check will be the DC to escape.
Sounds reasonable. I don't suppose either of our druids have a guidance spell that they could toss my way.
One of them doesn't.
That would be a no. Just thought I'd ask. Because Ducky has not been rolling well.
Juliet's just smiling back at the doll like, hey.
Okay, so that's a 18.
Oh, yeah.
With the proficiency.
You probably, actually, you don't even necessarily have to create something out of whole cloth. You had something that was like perfect. You just had to quick make a fastener for it. And then it's immaterial to maneuver the entangled doll into it. It takes some time, and unless Juliet is willing to drop concentration and let the vines wilt away, it probably takes a little bit to extricate the one that's underneath the box. The one that's underneath the box is extremely damaged. Parts of it appear to be functional, but the porcelain head is cracked, and the torso area, the kind of floppy stuffed part, is badly mangled, and there's oozing coming out of it. I mean, it's still slightly motile, but it doesn't appear capable of moving or escaping.
I would like to cast Mending on it and just see what happens.
Nothing.
That answers a question.
I mean, maybe the cloth of its little suit or something.
Mm-hmm. But it itself doesn't.
Yeah, no.
Recorporealize.
No.
Interesting.
And the one that was badly damaged eventually just stops moving.
Well, we have one.
Yep.
Technically two.
We should show Shep.
It is.
Yeah.
It just, I mean, it can't really close its little porcelain hands, but it has a little bit of a static grip. And it's doing a little bit of a Shawshank Redemption with a little smile on its face and its unblinking eyes attempting to pull at the bars.
So happy.
Yeah. So from Juliet's perspective, you have squished one child and put another one in a cage.
Well,
yeah.
But before we leave, I would like to attempt to plug up this hole. Just with whatever. Maybe even that crate that got smashed a little. I don't know.
Yeah, you have so much material, and you got mending, and you have a variety of different resources. You're able to plug it up. You can, since you're now really examining that hole as part of the repair process, you can see that it was basically freshly dug. It looks like someone took little slightly curved porcelain hands and just worked their way through. But yeah, you can stuff it up with like rock and variety of things.
I just wanted to mention that before we moved on from the scene, because that's something that absolutely he'd do.
Yes.
Juliet. Sarah Juliet. What would you want to do?
Where do you think these things' parents are?
Down the hole, presumably. But even I'm too big.
I could go down the hole.
I was going to say, if only there were 2 members of this group who could become things that could fit in that hole.
If only.
I don't know that yet.
It's true.
Yeah, I can. Harlow talks to rats. I can turn into one.
I could also turn into one.
Did you turn into one of these? Mending didn't work on it, so presumably it's a creature.
It is not a beast.
It's just asking.
I can't turn into other people.
Yeah.
Can't just turn into a kid.
Why not?
I don't know. Why can't you?
I'm a wood elf.
I'm like you. I'm half goblin, half paralegal.
Mm.
Can't do that.
So, Juliet, would you like to change shape? And Ducky's going to have to unblock the hole, obviously, but would you like to take a little jaunt down the hole?
I'll probably ask him first, like, do you want me to go down the hole and follow them?
You can do what you want. I want to examine this a little bit. Maybe report our findings to Port.
Oh. I don't know who that is.
Who you know is not going to care. He's going to be like, yo, Ducky, what's up? Oh, we found some things in the house. I don't care about that.
Yeah, are there kebabs with them?
Right.
Does Port have
Was it
a house in
overpriced
town?
kebabs? How dare you?
Does Port have a house in town?
Sure.
I wonder if his house has a hole in it.
Maybe.
Anyways.
Still probably didn't care. But yes.
Oh, let's go.
So, you have some samples, you have some things that you can study, and you have someone who's willing to go down the hole. So, do you unblock the hole to enable Juliet to wild shape?
Sure.
What is your wild shape going to be, Juliet?
Well, it has to be something I've seen before, right?
Yes.
And an SJ is going to be way too big.
Yes.
Um,
About a baby SJ.
And SJ is not technically a beast, but this is we're taking some liberties because you're also not your character sheet says simic hybrid because that has the right stuff in it, but you're not a simic hybrid. You are an SJ.
Gotcha.
Is the hole big enough for a squirrel?
Yes.
Because that's the one shape that I usually turn into. So
Yep.
I might turn into it, and then SJ could follow if.
Yeah.
Because then she's seen what one is.
Easy enough. So go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, that works.
Or it can be whatever. What does Juliet want to turn into?
Probably something more reptilian.
Okay.
I'm not really familiar with D&D creatures, but
it kind of doesn't matter. I mean, it can be. We'll call it a rat or a squirrel. Only it's the form that you would like. Yes. Okay. So Harlow, very druidly, just kind of shimmers and becomes a little squirrel. When Juliet wild shapes, it's a little bit different. The skin becomes very, very green in like a wave, and then it's almost like Juliet is deconstructed. It's like the smooth skin suddenly splits open, and you can and then unfurls into a mass of vines and suckers and leaves that then form themselves down into a lizardy body plan, only it also appears to be constructed of nothing so much as vines and thorns. It's like a mini thorny. It is an atypical manifestation of wild shape. And I'm going to say that all of your wild shapes have the are of the plant category. Cool.
Cool.
So now what happens?
Going down that hole.
Saying in the squirrel, let's go down the hole.
All right. So splitting the party, Juliet and Harlow are going to go down the hole and investigate the warren of pathways. Ducky is doing what?
I would like to send my homunculus after them,
Okay.
just like as a little bit of backup.
Okay.
And if they die, come back and find me, kind of thing.
Sure.
And Ducky would take the cage with the living doll and go see. I'm sorry, I forgot their names. The halflings, the Cobbles and
Gertrude and Friday.
Yeah. Because they would probably know maybe who to talk to, maybe at least to disseminate the information that these things exist.
Okay.
That is not just delusions of Chev.
Cool. So you're going to head over to the Happy Hearth and see if you can wake up, because it's 2:00 in the morning.
Yeah.
So you're going to go see if you can wake someone up. Let us do the network of tunnels first. So
If there's any little of that black blood stuff, probably following that trail.
well, there's a big pile of it that has kind of eaten away into the floor of this little tunnel. As you progress further, you find another pile, probably a good 50 feet into the warren. Beyond that, you don't find any. Now, the challenge before you is figuring out which way to go, because not much further past that second pile of sludge, the tunnels begin to branch.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to see if I can. Let's see, I can still use my skills.
Yes, all of your intellectual skills stay the same.
Okay.
Now, technically, I don't think squirrels have dark vision, but we'll say whatever. Who cares?
The squirrel's riding on top of this metal crab spider.
Oh my gosh. That's a throwback to a previous campaign.
So you may choose how you would like to, whether you'd like to just randomly do it, whether you'd like to, how would you like to figure out which way to go?
Probably just always go to the right one over and over.
Okay.
Gonna end up
That way I don't get
basement.
lost.
Yeah, just every once in a while.
I mean, if there's no blood trail to follow, then yeah.
Well, there's no blood trail.
Mm-hmm.
However, there might be other things. You just asked
Yeah,
if there were splotches of goop. There aren't any splotches of goop past that second one. However, there might be other signs of passage.
I am a squirrel. I might be able to hear.
I would think the whole
Personally.
thing is a sign of passage since they created it.
Yep. However,
And, like, you
meta
could look for tracks or something.
Yeah.
meta survival or investigation might enable you to deduce or get more information that can help you choose the correct passage. Or you can just randomly wander around in these passages.
I'll do a survival roll.
Okay. And Harlow, you may either also make a similar roll, or you may assist Juliet, which would allow Juliet to roll at advantage.
Yeah, I'd probably assist.
All right, that gives you another roll, Juliet. And remember, we have tons and tons of boons.
Hey, natural 20.
Don't need one.
Plus 5, so 25.
Yes. You are correct. There's a lot of marks here. However, they whatever creature was most recently. So like you find that last, like they're like clearly one of them got blasted by the caustic brew and then just kind of crawled its way out past the entanglement and then made its way a little bit further until eventually it started dissolving to the point where it could move and then just turned into goop. The one that got away was moving much more quickly and therefore made more distinctive like drag marks, and you can see like areas where its little hands have dug into the packed earth. So with that roll, you are able to discern its tracks amongst the various other signs of movement. It doesn't look like there's a lot of movement. Like you're not seeing like if there are thousands of these things, for example, they don't routinely move in large groups. It looks like many of these tunnels are relatively freshly dug. Not many signs, not many little hand and footprints. So you are able to follow some twists and turns. It's going to take you, I'm going to say you both need to spend your second wild shape. You reach a point where you know that your wild shape is about to give up. And you definitely don't want to revert to your normal form in a tiny 8 to 10 inch circumference.
Yeah,
Or 8 to 10 inch diameter thing. You would get squished and die. So, but before, as you can start to feel your form beginning to revert, you can spend your second one. And maybe 30 minutes later, you follow the trail into another basement. This one, however, is not, it doesn't have a lot of equipment in it. It has a very musty odor. It's very, very dirty. The tracks here are, as a result, very, very apparent. You can see both small-sized and large-sized tracks but mostly the small ones kind of going back and forth through the dust and detritus on the stone floor of this basement. Cutting back over, Ducky goes over, convinces someone to wake up Gerta and Viney. I will say it's Gerta comes down. She's got her hair in a bonnet. She's got a big comfy night dress. She's kind of wiping the sleep out of her eyes. What is it, Ducky? We know what time it is.
I know. It's a matter of importance that the entire town should know, and who else to tell the entire town but you. To lift up the crate.
You have a doll in a cage?
That issue that Chev had with thieves.
Oh, yeah.
There's a network of tunnels underneath the town. These are the thieves. Look for holes.
A doll in a cage.
Is the doll moving at all, or is it still like?
I think at this point it has figured out that it can't escape, so it's just sitting there.
Mm-hmm. They're animated.
I mean, I don't really get goblin humor, Ducky, but this is...
I'm not joking.
So
I wouldn't wake you up at 2 a.m. for a joke.
Dolls and cages are burrowing under the town to steal scraps?
I caged it after killing like 3 others. But yes.
Okay. What would you like me to do about it? Just tell everyone
tell everyone that there's like an infestation
of dolls,
animated dolls, apparently. I know it sounds weird. I just think that information is with this kind of thing is best shared before it goes wrong.
Well, it could also create needless panic. I mean, no one wants to think about, like, how many of them are there?
Enough to steal a few bolts, but still send 4 or 5 into my basement.
That just... Before we just go around telling people there are dolls and holes under the town, we probably need to know more, don't you think?
I agree. I'm not saying we stop investigating here, but this is
Well, how about...
a vital piece of information.
Yeah, well, how about we ask around and just see, like, hey, have you seen any weird dolls walking around? Or if they're stealing things, we can ask. I mean, I was going to do this tomorrow or today anyway to help Chev out. I was going to just see if anyone else was missing any stuff. This is very, very weird, Ducky.
I agree. Would you like to keep it?
No.
Neither do I.
What is it anyway? Is it just like a spell to animate a doll?
They bleed.
Oh, that's even worse. I tell you what, I'm going to go back to bed and try to sleep and not dream about hordes of gross bleeding dolls swarming out of every dark corner. Thank you very much for that. Why don't you go figure out what it is and what it's up to? And then tomorrow we'll, sensitively ask around and see if anyone else is missing any stuff.
Of course.
You don't. I mean, you could just report this in the morning. I mean, unless it's like they're armed and they're coming to kill everyone.
I think we both know that reporting it isn't going to solve the problem.
I mean, yeah. But I mean, I just mean it's like before we alarm the entire town.
Yeah. Yes. Of course. You're the center of the gossip engine. But all respect due.
I mean, we hear things, and people come to us with their problems.
Exactly.
So yeah. We'll keep an eye out. If anyone has any weird doll-related issues
or odd thefts, because
yes.
That means they may have another tunnel underneath their town or underneath their house that they don't know of.
If they're alive, are they just like stealing food? Is that why they were stealing the cast-offs from Chev's?
They stole food from Chev, but they stole like scrap parts from me, like bolts and washers
and wire and gears.
Yeah.
Oh. Huh. Okay. Gross.
Very.
Well, get it out of my place and let me go to bed.
Good night.
But yeah, try to figure out what it is and what they want.
Keep you updated.
And like how it was made and stuff. Investigate and then report back with what you learn, and then we'll figure out what to do from there. Okay. But and certainly do come and let us know if there's like an actual like threat.
I'm not cut out for this.
Well, I mean, sorry. Doesn't matter. So cool. Thanks, I guess. Bye. Good night. It's just like gross dolls. And it kind of looks around in like dark corners and maybe like looks underneath the staircase as she goes up just to make sure.
As she's muttering to herself, Ducky's muttering to himself like, why couldn't it just be a zoning permit today? Why did it have to be
a property line dispute? Yeah, why couldn't it be something like that? Cool. So what do you do having done your duty of informing Cobbles and Plank?
I take this one back to the basement, and the other one in the cage in the basement, I don't want to use the word autopsy.
Well, you went to examine it. You went to investigate it.
Yeah.
Sick.
Cool. Well, the good news is you have plenty of tools and plenty of time and concept of lighting. So I would like you to make an investigation check at advantage.
Oh, good. Thank you. $15.
Okay. Yes. It is. You cut it open, disassemble it, the damaged one. It is a combination of woodwork and mechanism and organic pieces. So some of its pieces are attached purely mechanically, but mixed into that. So there's like wires and springs and screws and things like that. But the actual motivation comes from bits and pieces of muscle and sinew. And some of the actual structure is wood and metal, and some of it is bone.
I am taking meticulous notes in excellent penmanship.
Yes. Doing lovely kind of Renaissance style Da Vinci drawings.
It'd be a shame if someone ate that piece of paper.
Right. So, Harlow and Juliet find yourselves in a basement. You have roughly 30 minutes of your, or maybe a bit more, of your second wild shape left. Second and final wild shape. Which means that going back through the tunnels is going to be problematic. You assuming you remember the way back, because I'm saying your travel has not been super efficient because you've had to search at junctions to figure out which way to go, and maybe you went down the wrong way and hit a few dead ends. So you think you could get back faster. You're not sure you can get back 3 times as fast as you got here.
Right.
Yeah, I'm fully expecting to leave through the front door.
Yeah. What do we see in the basement?
You see rats' nests. No rats. You see barrels. You see crates that maybe at one time held like root vegetables, but they now just hold little dried, shriveled pebbles. You see what looks to be a basement or root cellar that has been abandoned for years. Probably like a piece of broken furniture, like a chair that like lost a leg and is just like piled up against a corner. There are what appear to be rickety steps, however, leading up, and that is where the tracks lead.
Okay. Sneak up there.
Yep, let's follow those tracks.
All right, go ahead and give me stealth checks.
Oh no. So I have disadvantage on stealth. The first one I rolled a 15.
You do not currently have disadvantage on stealth, I don't think.
Oh, perfect. Okay, then 15.
I got 18. But I am still a squirrel, so...
Yes. So if you are proficient in stealth, you may use your proficiency, I do believe. Is your D20. Oh, no. Sorry. You have a +4. You are both rolling at +4. Because
then 19.
Squirrels are apparently proficient in stealth. I don't know whether proficiency applies or not, but whatever. Their stealth stat is +4. So that's a 19. And what'd you get there, Harlow?
Let's see.
D20 +4.
Yeah. So I rolled a 17, so
21.
21. Yeah.
Cool. So you both very stealthily, although Juliet is not actually a squirrel. We're just going to use those stats. But you both very stealthily scamper your way up these creaky steps. You are neither heavy enough nor foolish enough to set off too much noise. And there's a little bit, there's like just a little fine dusting of sand and grit, and that kind of cascades down. So because you're right there, you can hear that you're not completely silent, but apparently not enough to be noticed. So, yes, you make your way into or up into a house. It is dark,
What do we see?
but there are windows. So there's a little bit of moonlight coming in. It looks like it was at one time a very grand home. But it does not look to be occupied. You can check around a little bit and see, like you scamper up to a table covered in dust and look outside. It looks like this is, you're not quite sure where. Like, you're not quite sure exactly how far out of town you are or like where you are in town. But there's like thick growth of trees and vines and shrubs. Like maybe you're even startled by a little bit of wind causes a branch to tap against a cracked but not completely broken out window. This is clearly not in town proper. Now, Doriene, during its heyday, was a little bit larger. So there are a number of abandoned structures that have just, as families moved away. So this could be an old farmhouse. Maybe a prosperous family that has left as the town's fortunes declined after the trade with Brett dried up when the fake queen was lost. Neither of you are native to town. So you might know that there are some old abandoned houses in the outskirts of town, but you have no idea like which one this is or where it might be found. With your survival checks, you probably know that you generally moved east, northeast-ish, but that's about all you know.
Do the tracks end so we can't see where the little doll went?
Oh, no, you can go ahead and give me another survival check. And you may assist each other again. So just decide who's going to roll, and that person rolls with advantage.
Okay. 18 plus 5, so 23. So 23.
Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, assistance doesn't matter at that point. Yes, they in fact go upstairs to the second floor.
Okay. And I follow them upstairs.
So there's a kind of a switchback set of stairs. You reach a landing and you can follow them. It gets there clearly are like raccoons and stuff that come through here. So some sort of wildlife has in the past year or two been up here, and rats and things. But there's a very thick layer of dust otherwise, and you're able to discern the little feet of these dolls from paws of other like natural creatures. They lead to a very, very narrow door set at the end of a hallway that is open a crack. And you peek your heads in and can see it leads to a very narrow, very steep set of stairs going up even higher.
Go up those stairs.
All right. Go ahead and give me another stealth check if you're attempting to be stealthy, because you've now gone up a couple of floors and it's been a few minutes.
10 plus 4, 14.
Okay.
I've got 10.
Okay.
And Ducky is putting on a kettle for some tea right about at this moment.
All right. You come up into an attic space. It is crammed with like old chests and piles of cloth and crates and boxes. There are big spider webs. There's it's very musty, but you also feel in your fur little bit of a breeze and can tell like there are areas where maybe the shingles have fallen off the roof, and you can see probably this late at night you're starting to see like a little bit of a purplish bluish color as the sun has not risen by any means, but the sky is maybe starting to get a little bit brighter. So you can see, and you probably being in beast forms can smell like bats. You know, there's just a musty animal-y smell up here. Very, very faint. But some creatures have lived up here at some point. Maybe you even see an owl pellet on the floor near you. And you begin looking around. It's quite dark, of course. Yeah. You do not... go ahead and... passive perceptions at disadvantage is 10 and lower. Cool. I think I would like Harlow and Juliet to roll initiative for me, please. And I would like to have remembered that I need to write things down occasionally.
I got a 4.
Oh, good.
I got a 10.
Okay. Well.
I got a nice peach oolong.
I would like to have remembered that I needed a pencil or pen. Which is why I have this next to me. You had a 10, Harlow?
Yeah.
And Juliet got it lower. All right. You are kind of creeping off into corners looking. Harlow is, doing that squirrel thing. It's like hop really quickly and then look around and then hop really quickly. You are reaching a corner where like maybe some old gowns and other fancy clothing were stored, or like season, or maybe like winter clothing that whoever this family was left behind when they abandoned this place. So it's just kind of a pile, and you don't notice it before it's too late. That concealed within the pile, I think the camera sees a couple of little porcelain hands reach up, push a fold of this pile away, and then a very happy, wide-eyed doll head comes out and looks at you, but it's kind of like behind you, and then they very stealthily sneak up behind you and attack. Your armor classes are currently 10. A 20 will hit a 10. You take 4 points of damage, which means you are no longer a squirrel. 3 points of damage goes through into your elven body.
Okay.
So this doll just comes, like, sneaks up behind you and slams you. And that is sufficient to take out your 1 hit point that you have as a squirrel. You immediately revert to your normal form, and 3 points of damage roll over.
Okay.
So if you just click hit points, the little pop thing pops up, and you can reduce your hit points by 3. 2 rush out of the shadows at Juliet. The first one gets a 20. Does 5 points of damage. The vines, it's like an explosion, Harlow, of vines as soon as this creature slams into the little kind of lizard-shaped vine creature. It's like they explode out in this massive overgrowth and then form themselves back up into the familiar form of Juliet. The second one is now also going to try to slam you. This is going to be against your actual armor class. That is going to be a 19. Wow. Is that hit your armor class?
17 is my armor class.
Okay. That's another 5 points of damage. Wow. These things are
Fine.
preternaturally strong.
No kidding.
So yes, you rolled over some damage and took more. Only this time it's to your ankle because these things are not big.
Ow.
All right. Harlow, you're up next. One of them has just leapt out of cover and slammed you, and you are now, I'm going to say you hit your head on the sloping roof as you're kind of cramped up now because you're back to being your normal size. It's not a large space.
Okay. Like, how big do you think the room is?
I'm going to say it's probably about 20 feet long, and it's probably about as wide, but because the roof angles down so steeply, you really only have about 10 feet in the middle where you can stand comfortably.
Okay.
And you're outside that area when you popped up, so you're kind of over underneath one of the eaves. And there's no mechanical problem, and you can certainly move around. But
Okay.
just emphasizing that it's a cramped, not particularly large space.
Yeah, I'm just planning for possibly one of my attacks. What I will probably do is I'll cast Entangle
Okay.
to pick up as many in the area as I can.
For sure. So with that, you can basically entangle most of the space.
Okay. Yeah, let's go and do that.
All right. Everyone gets to go ahead and make, what is it, strength saving throws?
I think so. Yeah, strength 13.
Okay. That includes you and Juliet, because you're entangling the entire room.
7.
Okay.
I got a 16. So close. Oh, wait.
Oh, you're
that
fine.
Actually is more. Okay.
Yeah, you're fine. Roll a d6 for me, Harlow.
This again. It's the second time this dude's entangled me.
Okay, and with that gets most of them, right?
Well, we'll see. I've already rolled their saves. I need you to roll a d6 to answer whether the one that just attacked you is one of the ones that got entangled. Just roll a regular d6 and tell me what the number is. Harlow. Just roll a d6. Harlow. Can you hear me? Ah.
Think he's typing?
Oh, maybe it's... Oh, lost his sound. Okay, cool. I'll roll it. Not a 1. Cool.
He rolled 2.
I rolled 2. Okay. It wasn't a 1. So the one that is entangled is not the one...
I got a 2.
Oh, okay, cool. Thanks. There are 6 of them. One of them failed its save. And the one that failed its save is not the one that just attacked you. Cool. Juliet, what are you doing other than moving because you can't?
Yeah. I'll use... How many of them are there?
You don't know. Meta, there are 6.
How many can I
Two.
see?
Okay. I'm going to say 3. Because you can see the one that whacked Harlow.
Okay.
And you can probably hear some movement in the vines. I will say one of the 2 that attacked you is entangled. Since that was a 2, not a 1. Got it. That makes sense.
Okay.
So you can see 1 entangled at your feet, 1 not entangled at your feet, 1 not entangled over by Harlow, and you can hear some movement in the undergrowth.
I'll use... I don't think poison spray even works against them.
Don't know.
I mean, I did I did acid damage. Or
Yeah, but acid is like
well,
Don't know.
was it acid or poison? Hold on.
Who knows?
I wouldn't
Yeah,
know the difference.
acid.
Either way, Juliet probably wouldn't know whether they would or wouldn't be affected. So it's your in that moment. What do you think Juliet would do?
Chill touch.
Okay.
Since the one is right, the one that's like not entangled, probably. Since that one's more of a threat.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll do that.
All right. So let me double check. Because if I'm not mistaken, chill touch is a ranged attack, correct?
Right. I can't move, so I figure I'm limited to ranged.
Yes, but you are engaged. So that is going to be at disadvantage. Because think of it this way, it's actively trying to smack you again or grab a hold and climb up you. So you're kind of having to dodge a little bit as well as make a really close point blank strike. There are feats that you can take, however, that overcome that. But so you'll have to roll twice, take the lower, and then add your spell attack, which is a 5.
So 10.
Still hits because they're just dolls.
Cool. Nice.
So go ahead and roll your damage.
6.
All right. Yes. You can tell, it's almost like you can see the stuffed portion of its body just suck in a little bit as part of its whatever animating force is sucked out. Now, it doesn't stop smiling at you because it can't. Anything else you would like to do?
Yeah, I get like I don't think I have anything that I can use for bonus actions.
Yeah, there's not a lot else you can do. Now remember your
or the reaction.
Yeah, you do have your reaction. You could, as a I don't know what it takes, maybe a bonus action, you could beef up your sphere of spores, except that requires a wild shape, and you have spent your wild shapes until you next take a short rest. But remember that you can, as a reaction, when a creature enters your space, enters that 10-foot radius around you, or begins its turn there, you can, as a reaction, inflict that damage, or make a Constitution saving throw, and if it fails, do a little bit more damage to it.
Is the one that's entangled right next to me?
Yeah, they both are.
Okay.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
Because they were literally physically attacking you last round, and then you just got bigger.
Start of their turn, I can roll the 1d4.
Yes, you can declare your reaction, and then they have to roll a save, and if they fail, then you can do a d4 additional damage.
Okay.
And it's one creature, to be clear.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you can pick one of
so
them.
it's not just everybody in the 10 feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool.
And you only get one reaction.
And you only ever get one reaction per turn. Cool. So that's the end of Juliet's turn. It is their turn. So at least two of them are beginning their turns within 10 feet of you. So would you like to require one of them to make a Constitution saving throw?
Yes.
Cool.
The one that's not entangled again.
Okay. It rolled a natural 2, which means it's going to fail.
Sweet.
Roll a d4.
And I also got a 2.
Aha. It shrivels even more, and like maybe one of its legs buckles, and it kind of falls into the vines and then begins slowly crawling its way towards you. It's going to like you're entangled, so you're having a hard time dodging, so it's just kind of like climbing up the vines and your legs, getting up high enough so that it can just sock you, like in the thigh, we'll say. With a 22, that will hit.
Little things are vicious.
For 4 points of damage. It's just this little sharp, just drives this little doll hand into you. The other one can't move, but you are adjacent to it. It just flails around. Harlow. Let's see.
Yes.
Nope. One more of them is going to come out of the rafters. It will, in fact, drop down out of the rafters onto Juliet.
Gosh dang it.
With a natural 20.
Naturally.
Seven points of damage.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Little help over here.
Yes.
I mean, I'd love to, but
I know, right? And then the two that are right next to Harlow, plus one that was further deep. The one right next to Harlow, two more are going to crawl out, and they are going to likewise attempt to attack Harlow. No, none of them break a 10. So they just
Must be nice.
I saved all of my like I hadn't rolled on attack below like a 16 until this one, and where my high was a 6. So yes, they all just kind of flail around at Harlow. And maybe it's because Harlow is not currently restrained. Because being restrained is bad. But anyway, so that is their go. Harlow, what are you doing? You have 3 creepy dolls trying to kill you. We'll say one of them has an articulating jaw. Mama.
But all 3 of them are on Juliet right now, right?
3 are on you,
Or
3 are on
Juliet.
Juliet.
Okay.
Well, 2 are on Juliet. One is restrained at Juliet's feet, and 3 of them are have crawled their ways through the vines and are trying to crawl up you, probably to choke you, put your eyes out, rip your ears off, climb down your throat. Who knows what?
Okay, what I'm probably going to do is cast Flame Blade.
Okay. Seems reasonable.
Yeah. And so let's attack the articulated jaw one, because that could be dangerous.
Yeah. It does have little sawtooth metal teeth.
Okay, so I get 15 plus 5.
Yeah,
so
for
that's
sure.
20.
All day.
And that's 1d10 damage. Where's my d10? Yeah. Nope, that's not a 10. There we go. Got 4.
Okay. You swing at it. You don't like fully connect. First of all, they're all up on you, so you're kind of having to like summon this blade of flame and then use it to attack. It's a little bit awkward. But you do. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was actually reading the wrong damage.
Oh.
Thing. I was reading Ice Knife instead of Flame Blade.
Okay. Yeah, do the flame blade instead.
Flame Blade is 3d6, which
Much
is
better.
11.
Okay. Well, retract that. So you, well, still, it's very awkward. You're kind of having to dance around, and it's a little bit of a glancing blow. And you think at first that because it's continuing to come, it doesn't seem like these things feel pain. However, the little suit, the little short pants suit that this doll is wearing, and its little page boy cut hair begin to smolder, and then go up. These things are apparently rather dry. So you have this this flaming doll, mama, climbing up you, but apparently it gets hot enough to melt, cook, otherwise compromise its integrity, and it just kind of like it starts jerking and losing control, and then eventually it falls into the mass of vines and kind of kicks a little bit, the mouth still opening and closing, and then eventually it is consumed. So just do that 3 more times.
Yeah.
It's fine. That now it's just little blackened porcelain. All the interior. There's a faint smell of like cooked meat, little tang of ozone, and then the eyes blink at you one last time, and then it is apparently quiescent. Cool. That is your go. Juliet.
I have the one that just jumped down on me.
Yeah, you have one on your head, one on your leg, and one still trying to flail at you from the vines around you.
Okay. I don't like the one on my head. Can I... What is that tattoo thing that you gave me? Coiling grasp tattoo.
Yes, I have forgotten what that is. You can use your action to reach out to any creature that you can see within 15 feet of you. It needs to make a saving throw or it takes force damage and is grappled by you. This is... So the description is inky tendrils. This is you can shoot out your vines even when you're in human form. So you can certainly do that.
Okay, yeah, because I want that thing off my head. I don't like it.
So Harlow, you see vines erupt out of Juliet's form. Like specifically around the back, and then reach up and try to grab this creature that is on Juliet's head. This does not look like any druid spell that you've ever seen before. I will go ahead and make the strength saving throw. That is going to be another 2, so it fails. Go ahead and do your force damage.
It was a 3d6, right?
3d6, yes.
6.
6?
I got a 3, a 2, and a 1.
That's garbage. We have so many boons. Would you like to re-roll that?
Yeah, I'll re-roll it.
Cool. Spend a major boon to re-roll everything.
Okay, re-roll everything. Right.
Yeah. Re-roll damage makes sense.
Okay, 10. That's much better.
Aha! That's significantly better. So, mark down that you already did. So, your tendrils reach up, wrap around it, and squeeze it. Of course, it's above your head, so a little bit of stuff leaks out. And starts to like drip down your face, and you're just like, gross. And then in reaction, your vines rip it apart. A little doll leg flies over, and like it just happens to fall into one of Harlow's pockets. So you're just like, and then it's just sitting there, and there's just a little bit of ooze from some wires and ripped tendons. As it sits there and maybe like kicks once and then is stuck in your pocket. But yes, you have effectively dismembered one of them. All right. The one that's punching your thigh is going to climb up a little bit further and try to punch you in the rib.
Can I use my reaction?
Yes, you certainly may. That's going to be a Constitution saving throw for that one. That one got a 15, so that made it.
Oh, okay.
It is going to try to attack you. That is another crit.
Gosh.
6 more points of damage.
Oh, no. I'm at 1.
Yes. You're going to be killed by dolls. And that is all it can do, as it just drives one of its porcelain hands like right between your ribs. Like maybe even piercing the skin. The other one is going to try to knock you out, but it has a low chance of doing so. Yeah, no. My high is an 11. I don't think that hits you.
No, 17.
Cool. Yes, and we've got 2 more over on Harlow. That one's going to miss. I keep rolling it off. That one is what is that? A natural 1. So they both miss. Harlow is blessed. All of my bad rolls go to Harlow. All of my crits go to Juliet, as it should be. All right, so that is their turn. Harlow, it's up to you. You have 2 that are trying to kill you.
And there's one now on Juliet.
Well, there's one
One
that
on my
is
side,
that has climbed
or
up
my
to
ribs.
her ribs, and there's one that's still entangled. That's just it's flailing its little doll arms out, trying to catch her ankles.
I'm also still entangled.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, if I can hit you, then that would force you to make concentration checks. You might lose the spell. But I can't seem to hit you.
Yeah. So
you can drop concentration at any time, by the way.
Yeah, I'm thinking after I strike, I might drop concentration.
Sure.
Well,
So I will swing at whatever the next nearest doll is to me. Where's my dice? There it is. That's an 8.
Total? Miss.
Oh, wait. 8 plus 5. 5.
Hit.
Okay, 13.
And were you swinging with what?
Flame blade.
How long does that last?
God, I've got the wrong spell up. It concentration up to 10 minutes.
Oh, it's a concentration spell. Never mind. The vines are gone.
Yeah.
Well, let's say it took them around to wilt away. That's why it still imposed disadvantage on the one that was entangled. But yes, the vines are rapidly wilting away because you have cast a concentration spell. You may only maintain concentration on one spell at a time.
Okay.
Cool. But you hit. So do more damage.
5, 9, 13, 12.
Beautiful. Your flaming blade comes cracking down. You hear a tinkling shatter as it cuts straight through the head of this creature. The porcelain skull breaks open, still attached where it's stitched into the stuffing and the little outfit. There's a sizzling and a sproing noise as the weird organic and mechanical contents of its skull are simultaneously burned and sliced, and then it too, it falls off of where it was trying to climb you, and then just kind of stumbles around in the rapidly diminishing vines with its head on fire like a torch, and then it eventually falls over, kicks a little bit, the head goes out. Well done, Juliet. Now the one at your feet is free. But you are no longer entangled.
Yeah, no, I've just been shanked by a porcelain hand.
Yes. It's okay, I got you.
Yeah, it would have been, you would have had me last turn.
Now, it doesn't have you grappled.
Right.
So, mechanically, you could spend your action to disengage and then move.
Am I able to cast Cure Wounds on myself?
100%.
Okay, I'm going to do that since Harlow focused on
I don't know what you're talking about.
grappling means. I'm going to do it at second level.
Do you have second level spells left?
Can I do it? Yeah, that's my last one.
Okay, yes. Then you may certainly cast it and roll it up. (2d8 plus 3).
Yeah, I'm going to re-roll that.
All right, keep using all them boons and banes. Or boons.
No, you gotta take care of yourself when the other guys. That's way better. All right, 14.
Ooh, very good.
Yeah, the other one was a 7.
Yeah, so you now have 15 hit points. So you can probably take another one unless I crit you twice. Now you could attempt to move away. You still have a movement. It's just that they both will have a chance to try to smack you if you do.
Oh, because they have attacks of opportunity?
Yeah.
Then no, I'll just chill here, I guess.
All right. Well, they are both starting their turn.
Okay.
Right next to you.
The one that keeps trying to climb up me.
Yeah, the one that's you've already hit twice.
Yeah.
It makes it.
Gosh dang it.
I know. The dice love me and hate you, apparently. All right. The one that's on your head gets a 16. The one that is at your feet gets a 6.
Nice.
I think both of those missed you finally.
Finally.
On Harlow, the one that's left
Because they're
gets
not grappled
a
anymore.
14. Does a 14 hit Harlow? It does.
14, yes.
Aha! Finally.
Good.
For 3 points of damage.
3. Okay.
Go ahead and roll a d20 for me, please.
I got a 6.
Which is still enough to not lose your concentration, right? Yes.
Yeah,
I always
think
forget.
so.
The rolls are different in different things, but I'm going to say that's because you only took 3 points of damage. It's fine. Cool, but yeah, it pegs you a little bit. It is now Harlow's turn.
Okay, well, there's one more doll on me, so let's flame blade it.
Yes.
Seven plus 5, 12.
That hits.
Sweet. 14.
Oh. I'll allow it because it's my mistake. Yes, you slice into it. For future reference, I have double checked. Concentration check is a 10 or or twice the damage, or sorry, half the damage you take, whichever is higher, not whichever is lower. That makes perfect sense. So I'm going to say now you had just enough of concentration left to use your flame blade one last time. It is now gone because a 6 is not going to make it. And well, what is your Constitution saving throw score? I don't think it's a 4.
Constitution is +2.
Okay.
Wait, where?
Yeah, so that would have given you an 8. Unless you are so in the box that says saving throws at the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2. So that would have gotten you 8. So you technically did fail a concentration check, but we'll say because I missed it, you got one more good strike into it. So you have destroyed the last one. This one you just catch it on the tip of the blade and push it back from you, and then it immolates. It struggles a little bit, and then like the little head topples off, and the arms and legs fall apart as the central, more flammable portion just turns into a charcoal briquette. You are not currently threatened by anything, so you may move, but your flame blade is gone.
Okay, well, I think I'll move towards Juliet
Seems wise.
to kind of help out.
Yeah, no, I definitely won't use my reaction against you.
Yeah, definitely not.
It's fine. Juliet.
Yes. Okay, so there's one still climbing me.
Yes, that is badly wounded, and the one that was until recently entangled.
What is the cooldown on the coiling grasp?
It should say, I will double check. You have to, so mechanically you have to basically reapply it. So I'm going to say short rest.
Then I will use skill touch again.
Disadvantage.
Wait, why disadvantage?
Because it's a ranged attack, and they are literally right next to you and on you.
Oh, okay. I thought it would just be like, oh, right, you're right. Okay.
Yeah, because you're manifesting a spectral hand that then has to like reach out and touch them, even though they're right next to you. It's just that ranged attacks against when you are engaged have disadvantage because you're also having to dodge and not let them. Like the one that's on your head, you're having to prevent it from gouging your eyes out.
I thought that one was gone. Because I ripped
you're
it
right.
in half with the.
You're right.
It's the one that was entangled, and then the one that's climbing.
Well, they're both
at me.
trying to. The point is, you're having to dodge around to not let them get you. Makes it difficult. You could. There are other things you can do that don't have disadvantage.
Dang it. Okay. Well, I got a 10, and then I got a nat 20, but disadvantage, so 10.
10 still hits. Going after the one that's at the injured one.
On me.
Yeah, the one that has it. It's like up to the elbow in your wrist, in your rib cage, trying to like reach it and grab your spleen or something.
Yeah.
Seems
the
wise.
One that's already stabbed me.
Yeah. How much damage?
10.
10 damage. That is more than enough. Everything organic about it just turns to dust. So it dangles on a little bit as its body goes limp. It dangles on a little bit, but then the connecting seams holding its little porcelain forearm give way. So now you have a doll's arm embedded in your ribcage, but the rest of it just kind of falls and clatters to the floor. Cool. The last remaining one, the uninjured one from the floor, is going to begin its turn.
Yep, reaction.
All right. That is a 14, which I think passes your DC, correct? Yes, your DC is 13.
Okay, yeah.
So it succeeds, and it's going to try to avenge its brethren and sistren. That's an 18 on the die, so it does. For a red hot 3 points of damage. It just it punches you in the ankle, which isn't great. And then it starts to try to climb up you.
Does that mean you're down?
No, because of the cure wounds.
Oh, okay.
Harlow. This one last one. Yeah. This one last one, which appears to be, it has blonde. It's blonde. It has 2 pigtails. It appears to be wearing lederhosen. Or something similar.
Sounds like danger. So I think I'm gonna pull out my quarterstaff and try to whack at it.
Seems good.
Let's do that. Okay, so that is. Oh, that sucks. That's a 5.
That's gonna miss. The good news is you don't accidentally hit Juliet.
Yeah.
It's just you're trying. Juliet is like, now that you're not restrained, you're like backing up and then you're trying to kick this thing off, and Harlow's trying to whack at it, and you get up a good line, but you forget that the ceiling is like right above your head, so your quarterstaff kind of gets caught in the rafters and are incapable of whacking it.
You're gonna kill me.
Right. Well, Juliet, it is your turn.
Yeah, I can't do a spell also, right?
Nope. It isn't. Unless you have a bonus action spell. Like if you had, for example, Healing Word, you could cast that.
Would be, but yeah.
Yeah, but you've already cast it.
Yeah, I'll just use my scimitar. Like, gosh dang it, sick of this thing.
Yes. Make your attack.
13.
That will hit.
9 plus 4. Cool. 4 plus 2, 6 slashing damage.
Cool. Yes. You slash into it and like right into the, I mean, these things are only, they're about a foot tall, maybe a little bit taller. They're not completely uniform in construction, but you slice a big old chunk into its torso, and you could hear like a grinding sound coming from it within it, and like a little piece, a little flap of something organic kind of falls out and starts wriggling. It's somewhat unpleasant. But again, it doesn't react in pain. It does, however, begin its turn in your
reaction.
Aura. Yes. That is going to be a 12, which fails. Do your damage.
4.
4, which is exactly what you needed. You, something about that little flap of organ or something, it gives your spores something to latch onto. And so there's a brief flash as all the little sparkles that are right next to it glow and then zap into it. And then you can see it blacken and wither. And then it kind of lets go of you and starts like beating at itself and like almost like trying to dig into its torso to get these little spores out. And then it just kind of shudders and goes limp, and then the head kind of rolls over to one side, one eye still staring at you.
Definitely not creepy at all.
Well done.
You almost got me killed.
It was fine. I could heal you.
You didn't.
I still can.
Yeah.
How bad are you?
And can an SJ really die? We don't know.
Got close to being knocked out, that's for sure. I mean, I'm literally bleeding. I've got, I have an arm inside me.
You might want to
Okay,
pull that
well,
out before you heal it.
Yeah.
Might be a good idea.
I'm going to take it out and throw it at him.
Yes.
Punks me on the head. Ugh.
Yeah, right.
You know how you graft things onto like plants.
It's true.
It's just
Who knows what
Why
could
not?
happen? But yeah, it leaves a little bloody doll palm print on your forehead, and then clatters to the ground.
Okay, so gonna cast Cure Wounds.
Lovely.
That's a 9 plus. Oh, wait. Sorry, that's a 6 plus a 6. So it's 12 plus 3. 15. You gain 15 points.
Yay.
Cool.
Yeah,
So,
not so dead.
yes. And you are free to exit this house of horrors.
I'm going to look around first. So they're just
Yeah, I'm gonna
stationed here.
investigate around
Yeah.
for a little bit.
It looks like, I will say, because you have plenty of time, also the sun is starting to come up. So you're getting a little bit more light. It makes it easier to search. Your noses lead you to a pile of organic material. Sinew, skin, bone, flesh, bits and pieces like they were stolen from a butchery shop. Nearby are little bits of wood and some metal wire and rods and screws and various other things. As you search even further, you find 2 partially constructed dolls. You can find an area where some of the clothing that has been left up here has begun to be turned into little outfits.
I think we should set this place on fire.
Well, the one that's only partially constructed, you can see it's just a framework. But you can see a little bit of movement, and as you look, there's just a bit of flesh inside that is twitching.
Stomp on it.
Yes, it doesn't seem to be capable of locomotion, but there's something slightly beginning to animate it. You stomp into it. You can set this house on fire. Now, if it is close to the rest of the village, you could also burn down all of Doriene.
Is it?
Don't know.
Yeah, did we see anything?
I'd have to look outside. I'm not going to set it on fire while I'm still inside.
Yeah. So you're probably going to have to exit to get a sense of the lay of the land.
Okay.
Do
All right,
you?
we'll go outside. Yep.
Okay. You push your way through some undergrowth. It probably takes you a good 5 minutes before you can exit this little copse of trees. And there beneath you, you can see a little bit further down into the valley of the Sunaline River, you can see Doriene. You're a little bit further, like you didn't quite realize the degree to which you had been going up. But you're actually technically just a little bit above, you're on like a low hill that is covered in a copse. And you haven't been in town for very long, but you're druids and you're good at survival. You kind of think about it. It's like, oh yeah, if we were to look kind of northeast of town, there are some low rolling hills and there are little stands of trees up there. So this is a home that sits probably concealed from vision, but sits up in one of these little copses of trees. So you could burn down the entire copse of trees. And all the evidence. So please do.
We might want to bring someone back here to look around too.
I
What do you
mean,
do?
they can fight the dolls. I don't want to fight those things
Yeah.
again.
We gotta sleep first before we fight the dolls
Yes.
again.
And they seem to be, you seem to have destroyed all of the active ones and the ones that were in the process of construction. So what do you do?
Okay, I guess we can go back to towards where we think the village is.
Yes, it's easy enough. You can
I'm
just,
tired and I'm hungry.
where do you go?
South.
I think it's southwest.
West.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, you can see the village. It's easy to get, but
okay.
where
Yeah.
inside the village do you go?
Oh, probably towards Ducky, just so he knows what happened.
Lucky's place first.
So the sun is just about to crest the horizon, and of course,
did his little thing come with us, or did it stay in the tunnels and go backwards? Okay, so we'll take that with us. That way, it's
sure.
Yeah, it's just been following you this whole time. It was unable to do anything because I wasn't there to command it. But
yeah, and because it didn't attack them, they didn't attack it.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, you know it's there. You can bring it back. So yes, and maybe Ducky has fallen into a bit of a doze over your desk with your cooled tea, and then you hear the jangle of your door opening, and very bloody and distressed-looking friends come in.
best friends.
Well, good morning. So you had a little bit of action last night.
Yeah, we found some dolls.
I like switched my hands with like this. It's not like a wand. It's like a toilet scrubber, a toilet brush thing.
Okay.
That I just rub against their bodies, and it just collects all the dirt, all the blood and gunk.
Sure.
I prestidigitate.
Yeah.
With artifice flavor.
With a toilet brush. Love it.
Yeah.
Works
Really,
for
I have
me.
no idea what it is. So I was like, thanks.
Yeah. But, yeah. If you want, come in. Try not to get blood on the furniture.
Oh, we went down those tunnels. We followed where the dolls that escaped went into this like old abandoned house. It was like an hour and a half away.
Well, an hour and a half is a squirrel crawling through. It's probably it's like a 15-minute walk.
20
minute
we
walk.
would know from walking back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's up the hill to the northeast that way. There's this abandoned house, and that's where the dolls were, and they were making more dolls out of the stuff they stole from Chev and you.
Well, then.
We killed all the dolls that were there and the ones that were being made. But they almost killed me, and it's all Harlow's fault.
Yeah, you were fine.
You should have came back and gotten me.
We did.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't come back and get you because somebody entangled me. For the second time.
Well,
I got stabbed multiple times.
Yeah, but you lived.
Yeah. It's
It
fine.
could have been a lot worse.
He is not my friend. I'm not telling you about the sandwiches.
Juliet, out of curiosity, or Ducky, out of curiosity, is Ducky interested in the details?
Good question. I think Ducky would be interested in less the struggle they went through and more the self-replicating automaton.
Describing them and describing like the appearance, etc. Yes, and since it's especially for Juliet, it's burned into your mind because they were up very close. One of them was on your head. One of them was partly embedded into your ribcage. You both got some good looks. You're able to describe and take a good 15 minutes going through everything, and Ducky's making notes.
Oh yeah, one of them talked.
Yes,
Said "Mama."
Yeah, one of them was.
Yeah, I take out the sketches, the drawings I took. I'm like the internal structure did seem consistent with
Same design, same family of design, but not exactly the same. So you're formulating that these are partly organic, partly mechanical, almost certainly magically animated in a way that's maybe not super pleasant. They do all appear to be of different designs. They were dressed differently. Some were male, some were female. Some were a little bit larger than others. Even the porcelain was not necessarily exactly the same. Like the eye color was a little bit different. The features in the porcelain were a little bit different. Even the tone of the porcelain varied a little bit. That is probably enough that Ducky realizes that they're specific. Their appearance is very specific. Even in the discussion of they were using, cast off clothing to create little outfits for themselves. It wasn't like they were just taking like an old coat and cutting it up and making something. They were like being very thoughtful about creating like very specific representational outfits. And you think about it, and you're not the smartest creature in the world, but you're relatively smart, and you are from Doriene. You recognize the dolls.
of citizens of Doriene.
Well,
or
former. So, not that long ago, a certain group of adventurers made a very dramatic appearance in town. They had come back. They had promised the town that an airship was coming, and then they disappeared. You later learned they went off to Verret to deal with some sort of situation. When they returned by bringing a snowstorm with them. A snowstorm that surrounded a sleigh that was drawn by unicorns. And then they offered a number of orphan children a ride on the sleigh. Mm-hmm. And a number of children were attracted to the unicorns. And then when the sleigh returned from whence it came, it took a number of children with them. You do not recognize all of the dolls, but you recognize that several of them are in appearance. Like one of them, clearly child, but smaller than the rest, wearing a little like the farmer's overalls kind of situation. One of the orphan children that disappeared was a halfling child, a little boy. The little girl that was wearing the short pants and had the two pigtails. You probably didn't know her name, but you'd seen her around. So you are able to formulate the hypothesis that these dolls, at least the ones that Juliet and Harlow are able to describe to you, were designed to resemble the children who had disappeared.
Creepy. I still got one in a cage.
Yes.
Do I know where that child equivalent used to live?
Used to live actually at the orphanage.
Okay. So I couldn't create a macabre reunion between parents.
I mean, there are ways that you could do that. You would just need to switch to a necromancer and get a couple of levels.
No thanks. Okay. How many did you say? How many children disappeared?
Well, let's say 7.
7. Okay.
Oh, wait. No, I'm wrong. 5 that you know of.
Got it. So there were more dolls than children.
Not many more. And there were 2 under construction.
Right. Okay. Hmm.
And like I said, you didn't know all of them. You just knew a few of them, but you're able to say that at least 3 of the dolls match descriptions of children that you know disappeared.
Yeah. I relay this information, and I might elaborate a bit about the group of adventurers that left town right after enlisting me to create airship day flyers. You know, waste of time. Waste
They're
of
not
time.
You made a bunch of
actual
money in
kids,
illegally
right?
giving people tours to the airship,
Yeah.
though. So,
Yeah, but
and you
I leave
probably
that part
snagged
out.
a few loose bits of gear when you
Mhm.
were illegally allowing people to tour the airship. So it was profitable.
Yeah, but still, like, overall, I expected there to be a larger business venture potential. Oh well,
But they're not actual kids, right? Like those aren't the kids, right?
we don't know. And as far as Juliet knows, you've been considering them children this whole time.
Yeah, maybe this is how children work.
Oh yeah, but they stabbed me.
Yeah. Some children stab people. This is a thing that you've learned.
Oh yeah. Here's one of their limbs.
Natural selection.
Flat on a leg and throw it on a table.
Yeah, natural selection. They tried to stab me.
Yes. You have destroyed all but one of the dolls.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
Well, while you guys were gone, I let the Cobbles and Plank know. Maybe we should update them again about everything. Now that we have more information. I think
They'll
that
give us breakfast. I'm so tired and hungry.
I need food.
I could use a rest too.
Yes. All
I need
right.
to show Chev too.
Yeah.
Yes. So, I think you can, because Chev's shop is just down the block. Go and check on that. He is a little bit downcast because his trap was not successful, but nor did he experience any further theft.
Wait, can I? Before we go to Chev's, can I take the crushed doll
Yes.
with us as well as the still living doll?
Yes.
And I toss the crushed doll onto the trap Chev made,
Yes.
triggering it with the already crushed doll.
Yes. In which case, you do that, and then a big furry head pops out of a window. Oh, got him. I was all like, oh, I guess it didn't work. I checked it. They didn't steal anything, but still look at that. Crushed him flat. What's in the cage?
Another one that we caught. We came over to see if you had any.
Oh, that's creepy, man.
Yeah.
That's what was stealing the things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gross. Those things were in my shop?
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Mine too.
You gotta be careful because they will stab you.
Yeah.
But all they got is little hands.
Yeah, they will stab you with the hands.
Ooh.
They're stronger than they look.
Well, they probably wouldn't get me. I'm pretty tough. Man, I got a really awesome trap, so they better not come back. But I'll keep an eye out. If I see any dolls, I'll crush them.
Check your house for a tunnel. That's how they were getting into my basement. Like maybe 8 inches around.
Ooh, gross. Are there more of them?
We're not sure yet.
Well, if there are, I'll find them. He reaches into the trap and pulls out the now crushed and melted mess and smells like veal. Interesting. Anyway,
Apparently it used like parts of meat in their construction.
what kind of kid wants a meat doll? That's gross.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
Anyways, we're gonna go.
What kind of kid is a meat doll?
don't worry about it. I'll be on the lookout. Any doll I see is gonna get it. Better safe than sorry, right? So and he'll just, you see him, Mom, I gotta go out. And she's like, oh, it's okay. I'm just kneading dough. And then you see him start going up and down the street, knocking on doors, waking people up. It's like, you got any dolls? Bring them out. So Chev is going on an anti-doll crusade throughout town. There will be many crying children.
Nothing else, he has made the world a better place.
Mommy, not my dolly. Chop. So that's going to happen. Then you make your way over to the Happy Hearth. Flurry is there. Well, you all look terrible.
Do you have any breakfast?
Would you like your regular?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Plate of trash. Lichen. Got it. Coming right up. So yes, we'll serve you some slop and some crudité.
Yeah, and I
Juliet's just
explained.
going to be going to town.
I explained to the. Sorry, were you gonna?
I was
say
just going to
something?
say, yeah, after you eat, you can go visit the office.
Yeah.
Which is in the livery section of the structure.
Mhm.
And go back, and Gerta and Friday are both there.
Yeah.
Um,
And I don't leave anything out.
okay.
Like I tell them all the information that we know at the moment, including the how it seems to resemble the missing children.
Interesting. Wow.
So that whole unicorn thing might be related, connected, causing. I don't really understand it.
Before the kids left, had they ever stabbed somebody before?
I don't think so.
Mm.
But you said that there are more.
Juliet is like acting like she's putting things together, but is not really putting things together.
Just mimicking facial expressions you've seen people do. Yeah. But there were more of them than the children that disappeared, right?
Which means it might be a bigger thing than just the. Yeah.
I told Bort, you can't just let unicorns run off with children. And he's like, oh, it's fine. No big deal. Blah. So I don't think we can go to him. He won't care. I guess what concerns me the most is that there were more of them. And you said it looked like they were making more.
I don't know. Maybe they got orphans from other towns.
Or maybe there are missing children that we're not aware of. How long have things been going missing? You would know from talking to Chev that he noticed about 3 days ago that something was missing.
About 3 days for Chev, and from my storage, very recently.
Yeah.
I would have noticed it if it had persisted for longer.
Yeah, I think the next course of business is to see two things. How widespread is the thieving? Because maybe they have another nest. And two, are we missing any children? Typically, if someone has a missing child, they would report that to the council. Not come to us. It would only would people come to us if the council was unable to do something. So we might not know. I don't think any of the residents here or employees here are missing any kids, because they probably would have told us, but who knows? And then either way, figure out what happened. Did they just come back? Did they turn into dolls and fairy and then come home and start trying to make more of them? I mean, you didn't see any sign of anyone or anything else, did you?
Nope, just
I wasn't
animals.
there.
Animals and large humanoid footprints.
Oh, well, yeah, there were some large humanoid footprints.
So there might be someone behind this. Or maybe someone was just in that basement because you're not holding anything back. It sounds like this is going to be a proper investigation. Now, maybe, if we're lucky, you've taken care of whatever the issue was, then it'll just be a mystery. The strange things happen in Fairy, I suppose. But on the off chance, I don't like the idea of maybe there's being someone responsible for this and that person still being around. Particularly not if they can make more. Again, I suggest we don't go wandering around town saying strange necromantic dolls running around, stealing things, making more of them, and possibly also stealing your children. That's apt to cause a bit of a panic. So I expect that you're all capable of being relatively diplomatic, right?
So I shouldn't have been carrying this crate with the doll inside it.
Probably not. I mean, I think mostly to people it would be it's strange. I mean, you're a goblin. Sorry, no offense, but just a goblin walking around with a doll in a cage, which is weird, but probably not likely to cause massive alarm throughout town. But yeah, I probably wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't let it loose.
Should we dispose of it?
I don't know.
Or
We could figure out a way to talk to it. Would be good.
I mean, it's technically evidence. And if it is one of the children that disappeared, don't you think that disposing of it is kind of like killing that child?
It hasn't stabbed me yet. The other one's dead.
I mean, I don't know. This is not... I mean, we find, like, who's stealing turnips and old lost cats and things. This is not the normal sort of investigation. This is frankly a lot more like the stuff that we used to pass off to Port and Blaze and Ghost and Mirth. They are now far too busy to deal with this stuff. So, I mean, we don't really have a client at this point, or else I would offer you the case proper. But I think this is just civic duty to make sure that there's no threat to town. I mean, especially with trade to Verret just opening up, my concern is that if it gets out and people start to become suspicious that there is some strange fey goings on, that might make people less likely to participate in trade, and then our potential source of revenue and income and just position that comes from being the first stop on trade with Verret could be in jeopardy. So I suggest we keep this quiet and as quickly as possible try to figure out what's going on and eliminate any potential threat.
See, I knew you'd have an idea of what to do.
I mean, figure out what's going on isn't much of a plan.
But you've done stuff like this before.
Well, yes, but not with creepy, bloodthirsty dolls before. I'm going to go ahead and just hazard a guess that you three are the experts in that now.
Yes.
I'm an expert.
All right. Well, you do look terrible. You should probably take a nap or something. Did they feed you downstairs?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Well, go take a nap and make a plan and figure it out and let us know if there's anything that we can do. Just don't go getting word out to everyone. At least not until you're certain what's happening.
Okay.
All right.
You're the boss.
So where do you all go to take your rest? Obviously, Ducky has a home to go to.
Well,
Juliet and Harlow have rooms here at the Happy Hearth. But where do you actually go?
as we leave, I'm going to say, hey, Ducky, you might want to let Chev know not to go around and tell everyone to bring out their dolls.
I mean, kind of too late.
Yeah.
I don't see the harm in it.
I'm just gonna go to my room because it's close and I'm really tired and I want to sleep because I stayed up all night.
Okay.
It's the Panic has a way of incentivizing people. So
Also, it's not the weirdest thing that Chev has ever done.
no.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have all the details. So he's probably just like, I don't know, dolls are bad, man. Give me your doll. Chop, chop. Or he gets put off by, like, the first time a child cries as a result because he's actually a big sweetie. Like, oh, I'm sorry, little lady. That's okay. You can keep your doll. Unless it tries to steal my stuff, then I'm going to kill it. So, people just think it's Chev being Chev. For now. So, Juliet goes back to her room. Harlow, where are you going?
Yeah, I'll go back to my room too.
All right. So, you're both up on the 3rd floor. Ducky, where are you going?
Home.
You're going home.
My nice bed.
Going to your nice bed. I assume you double, triple lock. Block up again the passageway. Make it nice and as secure as you possibly can. What do you do with the doll?
I put it in a safe. Or some sort of like closed container.
Yes.
That's more secure.
Yes. Do you leave it in your workshop or do you keep it up in the building, like in your room with you?
I think I'd keep it in the room with me.
Okay.
So I would be aware if anything were to happen with it.
Yes. Well, it takes a little bit longer than for you to go to sleep because of the faint tinking of its little porcelain hands against the inside of the tinking and scraping.
I think after like maybe 30 minutes, I take a nice heavy woolen blanket and wrap it around it just to try to dampen the sound.
It's muffled, but you still hear tinking and then just the sound of porcelain against steel as it tries. It doesn't seem like it's strong enough to dig through solid steel or iron. But there's just a little bit, and goblins have very acute hearing. So it's a little distressing, and maybe you have not great dreams as a result. But yes, you all have a successful long rest.
Hey.
Wake up in probably early afternoon. All your spell slots are back. All your hit points are back. Your wild shapes are back, and we will pick up with what happens in your continued investigation. The second and concluding. I think we have 2 on this one, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. Regardless, we will pick up with the continued investigation of what's going on with the creep dolls and Doriene. Same time next week, same channel. Cool. Let's do the thing that we do, which is let people know who you are and where people can see you next. This time we'll start with Duck.
Hey, I'm Duck. Duckwork all over the internet. Do D&D over on my channel, twitch.tv/duckwork every Wednesday night. So feel free to stop by if you like this kind of creepy atmosphere. Because that's not abnormal in my campaign. Other than that, I had a lot of fun. Kind of bummed I missed out on the fight, but I have a feeling like we're going to be having more in episode 2.
Yeah, I'm sure there's more.
Who knows? You're probably fine. That's what happens when you split the party. Is usually one side of the party has a boring time, and the rest get nearly killed. Yeah. Cool.
Although I do want some tea now.
Yes. Raboya.
Hi, I'm Raboyo. I don't stream, but I hang out on Twitch a lot, so you'll probably see me either here or in Juice's chat or Felicity's chat. Yeah.
Cool.
I'm SJ Sidekick. I'm SJ Sidekick everywhere. I don't actually stream, but I'm here a lot. You'll find me next running Spectrum Squad on Tuesday on this channel. I'm the narrator for that campaign, and then back here again on Saturday to finish up this one.
Yep. Awesome. And I am Zero or Zero Daylight, DM, GM, narrator, keeper, whatever. You can usually catch me here a couple times a week. Like SJ, next time you will see me is here playing in Spectrum Squad because I tricked SJ into running it.
Or you guys all went to a different system.
Yeah, and now we are going to be this is a Power Rangers inspired Henshin Super Sentai game, and we have just decided to leave the Soul System and go cause a ruckus in some other part of the galaxy. Then on Thursday will be the second part of the second chapter of Star Trek Pioneer, where nothing problematic or tragic or Borg related is happening. And then on Saturday, we'll be back here for this. And then many, many more things on the calendar. Come hell or high water, we are eventually going to play Stargate because I'm very excited about it, Duck. So that'll be awesome. We have some one-shots coming up. We have Sasha the Vampire Slayer coming up. So we have a variety of things. And then starting, not this Sunday, but Sunday after the 4th, I think, we're picking back up our Sunday night games with Juices TV and Licity and Megan ML, where we do kind of similar stuff. One-shot, two-shot, variety of systems. If you don't know us, most of what we do is not D&D. We did do a long-running D&D campaign. We have done a few limited series of D&D, but most of what we do is other smaller, less well-known systems that tend to be more narrative in nature. If you're curious about the stuff that we do, go ahead and head over to cpluscontent.tv. That is our YouTube channel, where everything that we've done is available, and things like this will be available within 24 hours of broadcast. It is helpfully organized by theme. So if you like the spooky stuff, go to the spooky playlist. If you like the sci-fi, go to the sci-fi channel playlist. If you like the D&D, there's a D&D playlist, or a fantasy playlist. So come and check out our stuff. Subscribe to that channel. Hit the little alert so that you can be notified when there is new content. And if you really are curious and you aren't currently a member of our Discord, go ahead over to community.cpluscontent.tv and say hi. And share pictures of your dice and your painted minis and your book collection, and learn about cool Kickstarters and weird TTRPGs, and meet fellow nerds and talk fun stuff and see what else is coming up on the calendar. So that is that for this Saturday game. I think we should probably go see someone. My guess is that regardless of where we raid, Raboyo is going to go hang out with Licity. So we should probably just go over there. Seems efficient.
I don't know. I could go somewhere else, but yeah, I'd probably be over there.
Yeah, let's go hang out. I don't think we've rated Alyssa in a while. Nope, I can't just type the name. And I have to spell it correctly. Yes. It looks like it's working. Cool. We're going to go hang out with Lissa. She is playing Stream Raiders. Go share the love with her. I should probably, if no one else did, I will also drop in because we have raid calls. If you are a sub, you can grab the one with all the fancy emotes. If you are not a sub, then you can grab the one with the shrug emoji. Drop that into chat. Say hi to Lissa. Share the love. If you don't follow her, please do follow her. Set it up so that you can be alerted when she is live, because she is super awesome, super entertaining. Lissa, I'm a partner now, is the best. So if you do not know her, happy to make the introduction. Share the love, and we will see you again on Tuesday. Bye, everybody.
Bye.